Good.
Sir Flor, Salvador. Salvador. Magsaysay.
Hello, sir.
Sir, good morning.
Morning, sir.
Sir, good morning, sir.
good morning.
100% 100% attendance, sir.
Magsaysay.
Sir,
Magsaysay.
100% attendance.
Okay,
Where are
okay,
your
thank you. Thank you,
faces?
Sir Jaime.
Uh, sir, 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 some of the
Okay.
school heads in Magsaysay, sir, are watching in live streaming, sir.
Okay. Sige. I-off lang ng lalaro, makita ang tanang taga Magsaysay. Okay.
Lala, kapatagan na sa sunod na eh.
Okay na, okay na. Kapatagan. Go ahead now, kapatagan.
Kapatagan, uy. More, isa ba kapatagan yun? Ikaw. More. Alay, kapatagan yun dito.
Yan.
Sir, kapatagan. Karena magsaysay, dili mo hawa.
Switch off, Magsaysay. Switch off, Magsaysay. Hala, kapatagan kami.
Wala. Car, asan ka pala ni Car?
Sir Ervin.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes,
Sir
sir.
Ervin.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
For kapatagan, sir, usaray wa kasulod.
Isa rayo ba kasulod?
Rodolfo Villarosa.
Ang wala kasulod.
O, sir, ay wag kasunod. Pero ako siya gitawagan, sir, ongoing na siya, pero pa rin siya kasunod, oh.
Okay, just submit after this Mancom. Kung nakasulod ka, pero ba, wala. Okay.
O, usaray wag kasunod, sir, Villarosa ra.
Now, siguro nag-process pa siya karon sa iyang... Okay lang.
Nara,
Only-
tawa sa sir, oh.
Only Villarosa.
Ako nagtawagan si Villarosa, sir, in phone.
Okay.
Ongoing na siya, wala pa siya kasunod dyan.
Okay, Sir Reben. Thank you, Sir Reben. Thank you.
Okay, sir,
Ayun,
salamat,
panimang-
sir.
Okay. Bana ko. Sa district Sir Flor.
Taguluan, wala pa na tawa. Taguluan, sir, wala pa na po. Taguluan.
Taguluan District.
Waka.
District Supervisors.
Good morning, sir. Sir Flor. Good morning, sir. Sir Flor and to everyone for Taguluan District.
Taguluan District. Okay. Go ahead. Go now.
For Taguluan District, out of the 13 school heads, 5 of us are on tune through MS Teams, and then 8 school heads are on live stream. For the Taguluan National High School, Mr. Wahab using the account of her teacher. Gamit niya ang account sa iyang teacher, but then he is live also through tuning in through live stream, sir.
So everybody
Everybody is
Okay. Obod, Ma'am Ami Bagol.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
I-off ng uban. Atugaw, off ng ang screen. Tangkal, i-off na inyo. Okay, sa tubod na ko. Obod.
Okay. Sir,
Tubod, come in.
Yes, sir. Good morning. For
Oh,
Tubod
ma'am.
West, sir, so far, ang wala na ako yun nakuha ng Rufo, si Sir Norman. Dayon ang San Antonio, mubalik siya siyang school kay way signal iyang balay og internet. And sa bukid, sir, sa East, tanan na nakasulod sa streaming. Na sila sa Malino Center.
Kindly switch off ang uban nga patawaga, please.
Are present in MS Teams and
Mami. Hello, Mami. Mami.
Yes, sir.
So far, as of this time, only 2.
Yes, sir. On the way ang San Antonio, si Tihara. Pero si
Okay.
Juan, si Norman, wala man, ambot. Asa?
Nasa yung
Norman?
assistant. Ang assistant
Yan sa
niya.
Salamat po.
Hello.
Wala ko kay balo ni
Person,
Norman.
person.
Okay, just submit the list of names.
Nag-guest daw sir.
Okay.
Nas Norman, sir.
Na.
Nana.
Okay.
So, wala na,
Thank
sir.
you. Sige.
Connect na tanan. Sige, thank you, sir.
Okay. Sir Flor, uso pa yung bang district Sir Flor?
Sir Arman, Marferon, Singkaw, Tawagan.
Ma'am, yeah. Kasuwagan.
Nalate
Ma'am.
ko, sir. Dito ko kaya ba mo abri, sir?
So, di mabli sa
Hindi,
siper.
sir.
Naman. Ha? Kasuwagan, kindly check the attendance. Submit the list of names. Are they all present? Kasuwagan?
Sir Arman. Rowena Lontayo, present. Sir Arman.
Yeah. Kasuwagan district. Kasuwagan district.
Wala.
Okay.
Yate Rowena, oh.
Sige lang.
Nalaging ka na, Bok. Ikat ka, Bok ko. Nalagi ka dihan na SGOD.
Oh, lagi.
Okay.
Submit nga report niya. Dali na
Mana-
lang.
Flor.
Sir, how about the division personnel, Sir Arman?
Yes, ma'am.
How about
All
the division
division
personnel?
Section heads are required to attend this meeting through telecom. Maria Mapande, I think she is present now. Baby Silvestra Macapobre, Cheribet, and Farne.
Switch off. Turn on the camera, please.
Present ko, ma'am.
Ah. Mapande, Warning, Makapobre,
Cheribet.
Rebet,
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Budget.
Present.
Budget, Inday, and Tor, Accounting. Maria.
Accounting.
Huwag mo nga may
Okay.
lakuran. Ako nagkatukawan.
Mga Marlene, sa imong section, ma'am. Mga Marlene,
Sir,
Pagbunaga.
sir,
Okay.
good morning. Wala gid ang signal. 21 ang naat sa MS Teams and others are in the live streaming, sir.
So, present na ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. About sa SQD, mga
What's
Marlene.
man ni? Dissemination.
Sir,
Ako man na ni.
Ma'am Ablen, come in.
Sir,
Present tanan except Sir Ampay.
Except Ampay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Expect that a memorandum will be issued to him, and I will let him explain why he failed to attend this Mancom meeting. Copy, ma'am?
Sir, yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Sir Flor, isa pa yung district ko matawag. Still in the district that I'm not calling the attendance. Is there any districts? Nunungan, wala pagkahatag si Kwan, si sa Manira. Contact
Hello,
mo
sir. Sir Flor.
Hello.
Dili kasulod si Ma'am sa Manira diri na siya sa live stream. Oo.
Reported na siya nga nasa live streaming siya. Live stream.
Okay, ma'am.
Reported na siya nga
Salamat
nasa
kayo.
live stream.
Okay, I think Paris ko. Sir, Ma'am Sir Ed. The attendance is in quorum, and we're about to proceed to the Mancom matter.
Thank you.
Floor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sir Man.
Sir Floor.
Okay, thank Okay, thank you, Sir Arman, for the checking of attendance. At this point in time, let us listen to the welcome and opening message to be given to us by our school's division superintendent, Sir Eddie Oplinaria. Your floor, sir. Sir Floor. Okay. So while while waiting for Sir SDS, let me recognize also our participants from the YouTube live stream. There are actually 200 participants in the YouTube live stream. And let me also remind everybody that mornings are great reminders that God has given us another day, not just to enjoy, but to correct the wrongs of yesterday. So we'll just wait for our SDS. I think there's a slight uh, error on the connection. And let me remind everybody to please check your mic kay usahay matuslukan siya accidentally ma-on. Everybody will hear everything. So please check your mic, turn off your mic. And also your camera, if natay gibuhat nga di nato pwede makita sa uban, turn off your cam. Okay, so we'll just wait for our SDS.
Let me remind everybody to please turn off your microphone. Paki-click sa microphone. Turn off your microphone. Sir Norvel, please turn off your microphone. Thank you. Okay, while waiting for our schools division superintendent, let me recognize the 229 participants for the MS team and 209 for in the YouTube live stream. Welcome. Hello, Ma'am Venus. Please turn off your microphone.
Hello.
Floor? Okay na ba, Floor?
Camera, sir.
Okay na ko, Flor?
Kamera naman, sir.
Okay. Okay, Flor?
Wala pa kamera naman, sir.
Kauna man utan eh. Tanawan ni Flor.
Okay.
Naluot siguro ni Flor.
Kita na, Flor.
Patilan dugaya din ko yung kawat nila. Okay. Good morning, it's at everyone. My morning greetings to our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Marian Alera, our Chief of the School Governance and Operations Division, Dr. Maricar T. Ablin, and our Chief of the Curriculum Implementation, Dr. Mary Arlene Carbonera, to all the education program supervisors, public schools district supervisors, elementary and secondary school heads of the Division of Lana del Norte, and all our officials from the Office of the Schools Division Superintendent, OSDS, our Administrative Officer, Mr. Arman Paso, our Legal Officer, Attorney Mayra Flor Arbas, our Records Officer, Ma'am Bibi Bacapobre, our Cashier, Ma'am Maria Mapandi, our Budget Officer, Inday Padayag, our Supply Officer, Chiribet, our Personnel Officer, Warni, and all other personnel in the Division Office. Good morning to all of you. I would like to inform you that I called up this emergency meeting on account of the fact that there are important informations really that I need to discuss this with you, which were not discussed during the Mancom that we had last week. First, I would like to inform you that the teachers to report on Monday. There were many inquiries as regards to the concerns of teachers reporting on Monday, and these concerns are the following. Number one, how would a teacher report to the school, especially those in the hinterlands, whose only mode of transportation is motorcycle? Actually, there is no problem for motorcycle if the one driving is the teacher himself or the school head himself. The problem is when the teacher don't know how to drive and the teacher has to ask somebody to drive for her, to drive for him. Meaning, mag-backride siya. Now, there's another problem. Kung mag-backride siya, na IETF, resolution policy, dili pa man nag-allow sa atong province kay due to social distancing. Okay? I would like to inform you that I negotiated with our governor, but it's an IETF resolution, a social distancing. So, well, good time, may mo na. We will abide by the IETF policy. Okay? Now, I refer the concern to our Dr. Bayuko. And you know what? The reply of Dr. Bayuko is we have to follow the IETF. So, meaning, wag yung back-ride sa motor. So, those teachers can report to driving their own motor, okay. But those who cannot, hindi ka balo mo drive, mag-back-ride siya, kung di niya makaya baklay, alam mo kung suna ito pabaklay na. Now, the instruction of RD is, there is a defense order number 8. Ang defense number 8 was issued yesterday, I think, May 28. Agapon lagi, May 28, pag-yun ang sa ani. And this will be discussed to you by ESDS Alera. Department Order 88, Series 2020. The title is Guidelines on Enrollment for School Year 2020-2021 in the context of the public health emergency due to COVID-19. This detailed order that will be discussed to you by ESDS Alera will tell all of you how to go on with the enrollment. It will also answer the concerns on unsaon ba ni sir nga motor na may sakyan mo dito unya bawal mag-backride, bawal mag-angka. na the different order will answer everything. So sit back and relax, school head, then let's listen to this presentation after my introduction and it will answer your concern. Okay? Then after our Mancom, emergency Mancom, you inform also your teachers ha, pag may po mo sa mga teachers, inform mo ni, ayaw kung pagtapok, may violation na sa ATF, na mass gathering, tawag-tawag lang po mo cellphone niya. Okay? So, ang concern, nga mag-report sa Monday, unya, pag-apply sa motor nga bawal, matubag na sa DepEd Order number 8 Series 2020, may answer ni is this Alera. Also, yesterday issued yapon, daghan kayo memorandum issue kahapon. This is DepEd Order 53 Series 2020, DO 53 Series 2020. The title is Journal Implementing Guidelines on the 2020 Brigada Eskwela and Uplan Balik Eskwela relative to the COVID-19 situation. So, i-discuss gyapon ni kasi mo discuss ani Maman kining UBE si Ma'am Ricar. Maman ESDS si Maman dito ka. ESDS Ma'am Alera, Ma'am Car, Ma'am Ricar.
Yes, sir. Dili ako, sir.
Na kabasahan na mo aning DO 53 Series 2020 gapon medication.
Ang clarifier na, kapag pinrain na, pwede ikaw discuss ko. Hindi mo pa ako.
Ay, ako ani ba?
Kasi ang presentation
Okay. Ma'am Car.
Yes, sir. Dili.
Oh. Forward to you by right now about Uplan Balik Eskwela.
Naana ni Maymay, sir. Wala pa ko kabasaan na.
Okay, it will be forwarded to you pag tanawan galit niya. Tapos mo Maymay. O tell Maymay to present that for you. Okay?
Okay, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Next is, so atong discussion na enrollment based on DO 58 Series 2020 and DO 53 Series 2020, the Uplan Balik Eskwela. Okay? So, manay-timanan na turon mo na importante discussion, then it will answer some inquiries by your teachers. Now, before I will give ESDS Alera po you, kanangandang papuntang to si Ma'am Ann karon. I have also some important information to share with you, to all of you, my dear students, EPF, SDSS, Chief, NATO, and our division personnel. Yesterday, our governor called me up, and the governor informed me that there was a happening yesterday in Linamon, sa checkpoint dito sa Linamon. Accordingly, there was a vehicle loaded with DepEd kuno to sila as they claim, DepEd personnel. That personnel is ito naman, mga almost 11 naman siguro ito na itabo, sa past 10 or almost 11. Ang nakiglalis kuno sa pulis dito kay iisita sila sa pulis because of social distancing. So, probably, daghan sila sulod sa vehicle. Okay. Ang allowed ba? Diba? Upat naman? Correct, no? Kurang allowed, no? Sa four-wheel vehicle. Sige. Ibo-motico. Kumurang pauna, no? Upat. Now, isita sila kay Maulagi na.
Maximum sir. Maximum of 3.
Appeal ang driver.
No, including the driver.
Karuhan daw ninyo kay ang interpretation is maximum of 3 passengers while abot ang driver. Karuhan daw na.
Yes, sir.
I think sir maximum of 3 passengers excluding the driver. Kaupat ang driver.
Oo. Trabaho na. Parang ikaw pa ang driver, di ba? Correct? Isa to nag-ingon.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Ito na ako
Ikaw
tulong
pa
sir.
ang
Including the
driver.
driver. Yes, sir. Including the drivers.
Ikaw pa ang driver?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sige. Parang mao lagi na. So, siguro, kay gisita man to sila gapon, nanubra siguro to. So, nakilalis man sa pulis, na pulis yung tao kay sumbong ni gobernador, nagitawagan sa gobernador gapon, na ako po ba, I am informing, o kinsa galito, o taga, ang ako magupod, o di po to tagalanaw, na naalaan lang kita po, kay diri man sa to point. The instruction of Regional Director Bayukot is we will abide by IETF policies. So, bayo po po ninyo ha, taga Department of Education na ba tatanan, usunod yun, we should be the first people to follow policies. Remember, sa atong pag-filag college sa una nga, gusto ta mag-teacher, sa foundations of education, i-discuss yun sa code of ethics sa teacher, di ba? Kanong pa man sa undergrad na to, na teachers to know we are considered as agents of change. Agents of change kuno ta sa society. Ang tawag na ito pagka-agents of change, kung kita yung una magsupak ko sa policy, okay, na ako, I'm not fan of doing my own horn, pero usulti lang kung kunin nyo nga, pag-issue nito sa IETF, ani, sa tanan, enhanced community quarantine, matag-ato dire, sa Lanao, unya katong kuan jud to stay at home o unsa pa to social distancing ako pa jud muli sa abo kay kanang gi-respetuhan po nako ng lockdown unsa to katong gi-kuan ta ba nga stay at home why travel tulo ko pabulan wa uli sa abo ato pong last week ta uli kay di ko gusto nga nanay order di ako po'y mag-una o kuan nga stay at home ako po sige uli sa abo na wa ako na ako nagibuhat kay to demonstrate to you po ba musunod yung policy na ako o kinsa itong naglalis gapon na magbantay ka ba kay kita na ba'y kuwan, kita na ba'y agents of change kuno sa society. Kundi ako may magsunod nga sa kailan na to, nakita nga, nakiglalis mo itong principal, nakiglalis mo itong maestra, nalain mo na paminaw mo, nakiglalis na po tanan, musunod na to. Okay? So, I am sharing this information to you from our governor na dito ta magiglalis kay naingon ta si governor ha our frontliners kuno are exposing themselves to risk bitaw na kay tanan baya tao matubang nila but we do it for service na I hope we will cooperate ta okay now mag-report na bata sa Monday. Maingon na po question. Yan namin sir, mag-report from measure, yung usara may mong sakyanan na sundan mo yung social distancing. Tsaka man nga, mamana. Okay? Then, sir, hindi ko kamamudad sa motor layo ito ako. It will be answered by the guidelines and enrollment for school year 2020-2021 katong Depend Order 8 Series of 2020 karon. Paminawa lang na ninyo, pag-take note dahil mana. And those who have internet connection at home o kisa pa itong walay internet, paki-download download mo, pangayo mo o kopya lang sa inyo mga kauban nga na internet. Depend Order number 8 Series 2020. Ikaw ninyo na, makabasa mo after po sa Mancom para mapaanjod ninyo tanan, mabasa, masapot na ito tanan ha, pero ma-answer ito tanan. So I repeat, o kinsa to, ipasabot gapon kay tanan ko sa police o check plate number sa kinan wala nila nakuha ang plate number pero ang ako po sigurado nakuha ko sa police mena pero nila sila matug-adyo na ko kay basin po ba o kuan ba hindi na po sila gusto tamo pero noon pa kaya mga police nga gilalis ko nung gapon nga trabaho ron po na sila ako moagi ko stipuet ko ito naman ko kita sa ID yan mo pa naglupunta sunod na to sa ilang instruction. Bago sila naog sir, kaya yata sa putmat, naog ko. Okay? Nakapoy na magupon, magkilalis na nila na kayo. Ikapoy na sila kinuduga. The same sa ato, ikapoy po tayo trabaho, sa maniga. Manarbaho mo dito. Okay? Please be reminded of that ta, kanang mahimo, basta dipid lang ng Lord, dito mo, dito makiglalis pa kayo. Sa manina yung problema ng tubig yun, manina ito dito yun. Okay? Kay lain po natalawan. Okay? Just sharing to you the event that happened yesterday. Now, this time, kusita ha, in the event, di mahuman na ito discussion importante karon maniuto ta, balik kita, hindi mo paniuto, mahuman na ito discussion, and you can share that immediately to your teachers. Okay? I hope I am clear on that, and this time, bring the time to our Assistant School Division Superintendent, Dr. Mary and Alera. Maman?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Good morning. My respect all Superintendent, Sir Eddie of Plenaria. May I request floor? I'll just try to share my presentation. Makita na? Share. Moment ha. Okay, Nana. Ano nagawas? Okay na? Sige. Good morning, everyone, to the two chiefs, Chief Maria Camila Ablin, to Dr. Pabunira, OIC Chief of the CID, Section Heads, Sir Arman, our Administrative Officer 5, of course, Sir Eddie, my respect to you, even if you are supposed to be on a work from home scheme this time, but you really are so eager enough to come back to Lanao del Norte just to serve all of our teachers and learners in the province. Thank you for that zeal and dedication to serve as our leader in the division. To all school heads in attendance, education program supervisors, non-teaching personnel. This is our guideline on enrollment. We have here Rapid Order number 8, Paris 2020. This is very important because this will spell the activities from June 1 up to August 23 before classes start. On Monday, teachers are going to run the report, but there are actually some issues and concerns that we need to press out in relation to, of course, the issuances of the local executive and that of the IATF, with due consideration to health protocols. But per issuance of the department, education must go on, and we shall start with our enrollment. This will also serve as validation of our early enrollment. And this is based on the Order number 8, Series 2020 Guidelines on Enrollment for school year 2020-2021 in the context of the public health emergency due to COVID-19. Therefore, we will be experiencing new normal in all of the activities, not only of the department, but it's true to all line agencies of the department to include the private sectors. And so, let's focus on our work in the department. We have here the objectives of Rapid Order number 8, Series 2020. Number 1, ensure clear and common understanding of enrollment guidelines for school year 2020-21 in the light of national health emergency due to COVID-19. So, ensure adherence of the enrollment guidelines to the minimum health and safety standards promulgated by IATF. So, on all of the actions that we do in the department, we are always going to refer to the IATF guidelines. Address arising issues and challenges on the conduct of enrollment under national health emergency. And these are the guidelines. But before that, the guidelines are being made given this background. Background 1. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the school year will open on August 24, 2020. That in spite of some of the opposing opinions as reviewed on TV and aired on radios, in spite of those opposing opinions on the opening, it was declared last night that DepEd shall open on August 24, 2020, given the presentation of DepEd Secretary Leonard Yunes last night, and it was approved by the President of the Philippines. Second background, the Learning Continuity Plan outlines various modalities in delivering basic education for the school year. Number 3, DepEd seeks to ensure that learners are enrolled in the system and map their context to provide appropriate learning interventions. However, we need to modify enrollment procedures taking into consideration public health situation. And therefore, the usual activities that we did during enrollment could never be the same this time. Thus, these are the procedures. Core instructions. Enrollment for school year 2020-2021 shall primarily be administered remotely. So we are not going to imagine parents and learners tracking to schools starting June 1, but we are now going to monitor who enrolled in the different modalities, different strategies of enrollment, which I'm going to present later. The first 2 weeks shall completely be remote enrollment, where there will absolutely be no face-to-face.
Ma'am Ann.
Sir.
Ma'am Ann.
Sir.
So, emphasize here for them to no need for the children to go to school.
Yes, sir. So we are not going to. Yes, sir. There is no need for children and parents to go to school because there are 3 types of modalities or strategies of enrollment that I'm going to present later. So,
kung teacher dili makaadto sa school kay wa di ka mo drive sa motor, kaya to bagay na i-discuss later.
pa-online na lang nato to siya, sir. Yes, sir.
Sige,
Pa-online
discuss
siya.
that later, ha?
Yes,
Para
sir.
wala na lang hindi ka drive motor. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Diretso na lang ako, sir. As per information katukang ID, sir, sa Perfect 10, those who could reach school shall go to school, but the decision shall be laid to the division office in terms of those who could not really reach their schools brought by the unavailability of transportation. So the best mode is to use online, so work from home, online enrollment. Teachers are going to call the parents if it's through text messaging or call by cell phone, or they're going to access the internet for online enrollment. So just the same, our objective of having our learners enrolled could still be achieved even if the teacher could not go to the school physically. So number 4, physical submission of learners' documents to school or barangay hall shall be the last option and shall only be done by parents or guardians on the 3rd week of enrollment. So 3rd week of enrollment, meaning to say 3rd week of June, there will be physical submission of the forms for learners' enrollment form to school or barangay hall. However, social distancing shall still be observed. But it shall be the last option. So pretty sure, parents this time have cell phones. Halos tanan na naman cell phones. According to survey, million naman ang Filipinos, and we are the first sa mga texting capital of the world. So texting could be used as an alternative of enrollment. Physical submission shall be the last option. So kung mahimo nilang text lang, so enroll na sila. And kung di gid mahimo, katong physical submission dito sa barangay hall. Kung dako ang barangay hall, we will contextualize based on the needs of based on geographical location. Kung naay pwede sa purok, so they will do it by purok ato na siyang i-disaggregate ang barangay. Kung ang barangay gamay, ato barangay hall. But if the barangay is so big and there are so many puroks, so we will also have a strategic location for physical submission of enrollment form in a specific purok. Okay, so next slide is all about enrollment and learner survey. How it's done, enrollment, registration of learners for the school year. Then we are going to collect basic profile of every learner. Where are we going to input the basic profile of the learner? There is a template, there is a form that is going to be provided. The same template or the same form will be provided in whatever strategy of enrollment. So if they are going to enroll online, the template will be provided online and our ITO is going to help facilitate that. If the enrollment will be done physically through the Dropbox, then we are going to provide printed templates for enrollment. In terms of online or text messaging and call, so that the enrollment in charge will facilitate in asking question so that the form will still be filled out even if it is just done through online or through text messaging or through phone calls. So that the collection of basic profile of every learner is very critical. Why? Because it will provide us information on decision making. Information on decision making on the modalities and approaches of learning that we are going to provide to each learner. And the basic profile will also help us in the final organization of classes. The basic profile of every learner is in this template is also included the capacity of parent to assist the learner. So we will be able to know the capability of the parent to help the learner just in case printed material will be given. So for principals, please instruct also our registration in charge teachers to take a look in all of those details as this will be provided to you. Before the sun sets today, you will have a copy of this template because this will be used this coming Monday. Do not leave any item in that template unanswered because every item in that template plays a vital role in our decision making. Now how about for the learner mapping survey? Learner mapping survey gather information on household capacity to access various modalities. Available gadgets, possible facilitators, these are already incorporated in the enrollment form. So for the summary of enrollment procedures, this is a teacher-led enrollment. For the principals, we would want you to really orient your teachers after our emergency Mancom because this will be their guide during our enrollment as they start to perform their job this coming Monday. What is this teacher-led enrollment? For learners already in the system, teachers will contact their students from the previous year and encode survey information using LIS. That if the enrollment is already done. But the encoding in the LIS will be done next to enrollment because it is also dependent on the opening of our system. So the LIS will follow once the learner is able to enroll in our school using the form that we are going to provide. who will do the enrollment of the LIS. Just the same. The same procedure, just like what we have been doing. So for enrollment hotlines, enrollment focal person, EFPs. For principals, please assign an enrollment focal person in your school. So when you are listening now and you are looking at the slide, think now who among your teachers could really become an enrollment focal person, the one who is responsible, could be accessed immediately, could answer immediately your questions just in case, could answer concerns. Designate that teacher to receive the calls and queries from parents of incoming learners. For kindergarten, transferees, balik-aral, and ALS learners. So, please choose the teacher who is very much knowledgeable, a teacher who could speak for the Department of Education. Just in case you could not find a teacher in your school now, it is also the duty of the principal to spearhead in the enrollment in case our teachers are just newly hired. Say for example, Gamay teachers, mga newly hired pa good. So the principal is in the best position to assist the assigned enrollment focal person, which position is very critical because we need to explain fully, we need to explain clearly to our parents in terms of concerns. But I'd like to remind the principals to refer to DepEd issuances just in case there are questions during enrollment. Issuances, DepEd orders on kindergarten, DepEd orders about us and balik-aral. DepEd.gov.ph is available for us to download all of these reminders. Do not just rely on accessible DepEd issuances on screen, but may we remind all principals to have a downloaded hard copy of all the DepEd issuances, policies. Hard copy readily available so that it's not good to answer our clients na di ka ka-open sa imong internet and you cannot answer. So, reminders to all principals, download all important policies, programs, projects, policies of enrollment, whatever are those related policies that would pertain to enrollment, probable questions, so that all of this will be readily available. As much as possible, discuss all of this with all of our teachers. Okay. So, next. Summary, after the summary of enrollment, then means of collecting enrollment. We already discussed this last time. These are the three means of collecting enrollment and data survey. Phone call, landline, mobile phones. It could be text messaging, it could be online submission, it could be done through Messenger, email, Viber, among others, Facebook probably. And our IPO officer will issue a format on this because there is a format. If it's text messaging, there's format and floor. Can you present later our format on this three collecting enrollment of strategies? Later, please present to us the format so they will have an idea on the format. Kung mag-text messaging, basta lang ba mag-text, there should be a format. If it's online submission, there shall be an instruction, there's a format. If it's a phone call, of course there shall be a procedure. If it's landline and mobile phones, everything shall follow a format. Later floor, okay? Now, what about for physical enrollment? When shall physical enrollment happen? As stated a while ago, physical enrollment shall happen on the third week. However, if it is said on the third week, it is still dependent on the IATF guidelines on social distancing, the health protocols. For physical enrollment, any form of physical contact, will be the last option of all schools division officers and schools. So if by all means we could do the enrollment remotely, then we encourage that one, and we would appreciate that very much. Again, as said a while ago, let's do the enrollment remotely. Physical contact, face-to-face is the last option. Distribution of learner, this enrollment form shall be coordinated to LGU. So requesting all principals, as early as this time, think that the enrollment is not our own journey. This shall be journeyed together with the local government unit. So we will talk about this enrollment, all the government officials in our locality, because they are also in the best position to help us, especially in informing our community. If parents, guardian are not able to submit enrollment data remotely, schools, in close coordination with LGU, shall set up physical platforms. Thus, we'll have a queue, a booth to collect this form. And therefore, as I said a while ago, if the barangay is big, let us break down, let us distribute the task by even having that booth or sa pangalan nato sa pangalan sa ato for Dropbox. The Dropbox could also be disseminated, could also be stationed at a strategic place in a certain purok. All physical contact shall be in strict compliance with the minimum health and safe standards. Instruction to submit this enrollment form shall be announced through multimedia platforms. Ang mga principal, maayo man ka sa rekorida, mag-rekorida, katubitang mag-announce. I know na maayo ta ana during brigada eskwela, because on Monday will be also a schedule for kick-off of brigada and uplan balik eskwela. So, that is the best time kay ang uban magamit man o kanang sanang trumpa, microphone, mag-rekorida, mag-announce. So, it's also good that we will include in the announcement our enrollment procedures. We have also instructions to parents and guardians. Then parents or guardians and learners. We have instructions per grade level. Lahi ang atong strategy for each level. For grades 1 to 12 learners, what shall we do during enrollment? Parents of incoming grades 1 to 12 learners will be contacted by their previous advisors for remote enrollment. It's even more easier, it's easier if the previous advisors were able to get the contact number of the learners or the learner's parent. So please be sure, if the previous advisor has no number of all learners and parents, but has a number saved in her or his phone book of few parents and few learners, naraman ka sa community, so kabalo ko, they will also help inform all other parents and learners. So, text brigade, call brigade, message relay. However, to expedite the process, parents, guardians may also reach out to their child's advisor for the enrollment through the contact numbers published by the school. So, this means all school heads shall ensure mag-post na ka in whatever strategic place of our community the contact number of the principal, and the contact number of the teacher in charge of enrollment. Dili lang i-post diha sa gate sa these are strategies. This could be viable. But you could do other way. For as long as all of us will be able to tell the community or inform the community regarding the contact numbers of teachers and school heads for enrollment. So we want you to make advertisement in line with this information or issuance. We want you to make strategies. Probably you could post tarpaulin or in whatever way so that we could announce to the public that enrollment is going on from June 1 up to August, per calendar of activities. Enrollment starts June 1 and ends on August 30. So may we encourage everyone to make an announcement in whatever mode you want. Make an announcement that enrollment is going on June 1 up to 30. Please contact mga number din inyong ibutang for remote enrollment. I-announce na nyo dito, they could do the enrollment through text, through online, and through Dropbox. So, I think that's the best way. This time, think of how well we could package our advertisement for our enrollment. If you could do it on radio because you also have relatives working in radio stations, it would be better. If we could do that using television because we could also have access on television. So we will inform the whole province regarding our enrollment, but with specific information on our 3 strategies of enrollment. Physical presence of parents or guardian in school for enrollment shall be the last option. It's restated. And shall be allowed on the 3rd week of June with strict adherence to minimum health and safety standards. Now let's talk about minimum health and safety standards. We have been practicing this already. Social distancing, provision of alcohol, provision of foot bath, provision of thermal gun, and of course social distancing. We shall also be careful because contagion is still in the environment. Everyone is a suspect as a carrier of the virus. Although we are in general community quarantine, although we are in modified general community quarantine, although all government officials, all government employees are allowed already to go out from the houses and work, but still we are to maintain, we are still going to practice the health protocols, especially in our schools during enrollment to protect our teachers, our parents, and our learners. We have instructions to parents or learners for transferees. For transferees, I am now thinking of, during our previous Mancom, from Magsaysay, kinsanis from Magsaysay, Sindao. Dr. Sindao is airing out concern on congestion of classes in central schools or in a certain school when these learners have also their own schools in their own barangay. If we could encourage them to enroll in their own barangay for fast delivery of services, especially kung mag-modular sila, wala sila TV, wala sila radyo, fast ang delivery sa services in print, kung doon din sila sa ilang eskwelahan. If we could encourage them to enroll in their own barangay, the better. But we shall not also force them to go back to their own barangay because it is also their right to choose what school are they going to enroll. Basic right na sa mga bata o sa parents. But if they go back to their barangays where the schools are located, the delivery of learning services is even faster and better Kay kung unsay atong ihatag sa ilang nga learning modules, mas dali man. But just the same, the option, the decision on where to enroll shall still emanate from the parent and the child. So for transfer is learners planning to transfer from one school, the originating school, to another, the receiving school, shall directly contact the receiving school through its published enrollment contact details. Unsay bot ipasabot? There shall be a close coordination of the originating school and the receiving school, so that the originating school will know asa nagpaingon ang iyahang bata. And that the receiving school shall also know, mag-coordinate sa PICAS nga na imong bata diri. In no way po napungan ninyo ang bata sa pag-transfer kay magamay imong enrollment. It is also the basic right of the child to choose what school asa siya mag-enroll. So for balik-aral enrollees, all balik-aral enrollees shall directly contact preferred schools. Receiving schools shall register enrollees' enrollment and survey data. Okay. There is also a form that is going to be distributed for the balik-aral enrollees and to include also the ALS. What's next? Instruction to parents and learners for ALS. So we're not going to leave behind the ALS because ALS is part of the basic education. They're still with the Department of Education. Our learners who are lost in the regular classes are captured in the ALS. So for ALS enrollees, they may communicate their intent to enroll via digital or physical enrollment. Pero kung physical enrollment, third week na ha, or physical enrollment platforms established by schools and barangays with community learning centers. To encourage our ALS, our DALSIS, our ALS coordinator, our EPS in ALS to facilitate this. The form to be used is ALS Form 2. There is a form, it's different from those who are going to enroll in the regular class. So the form to be used is ALS Form 2, which will also be uploaded by the division office to the system ready for downloading, and this will be facilitated by our ALS coordinator in the division, Dr. Barazona, of course with the help of our ITO, Mr. Flor Bilarde. This ALS Form 2 is based on the Pen Order number 58, Series 2017. This will be made available in digital and physical format. So when we are talking about ALS, before, the ALS had their start of classes scheduled separate from that of the regular class. But this time, the ALS and the regular classes will have to start, the session of the ALS will start together with the schedule of the class of the regular learners. So we are not leaving behind the ALS, the balik-aral, and of course, we take good care all of them. What are our protocols now that we are for modified enrollment? While we are on modified general community quarantine, our department also is employing protocol for modified enrollment. For modified enrollment, there are major stages. The first stage is pre-data collection. Second, data collection. And the third, data retrieval. How do we do pre-data collection? How do we ensure that enrollment guidelines and enrollment forms are widely disseminated, clearly communicated, and understood? Of course, it will never be understood by the public, the learners, and the enrollees. If, of course, at first, the schools, the principals, and the teachers shall, of course, read the template of the form. So but that by the time our clients will ask us, we can immediately answer them. The question is, one form is in English. The problem is, how do our parents understand and learners understand if it is stated in English? There is another form that is stated in another medium. Nalimot lang ko, nabasahan ako to, English ba to or Filipino ba to or Binisaya. So, tanawan ninyo, in the enrollment form, if it is stated purely in English and that you believe that it could never be understood by our client, so by all means, we will change the medium into Cebuano or Bisaya. Ang
Ma'am,
now, sir,
asa man ang enrollment form karon?
na floor akong gihatag, sir.
O sige, ipatan ato ni Flor kung nabay Bisaya adto or unsa ba ato ipag-translate.
Yes, sir. Mag-translate ka, sir, kung puro in English to, sir.
O sige, kana to karon na ina Flor, tanawan na Flor nabay Bisaya na Flor English. Flor. Ya sige, patapang naman supervisor diyan matranslate nila.
Naay Filipino.
Naay Filipino, sir. Naay Filipino, sir.
Naay Filipino.
Yes,
Yes, sir. Naay Filipino.
Sige.
Naay Filipino. Sir, kung naay Filipino, okay na siguro na, sir. Kaya makasabot naman na tanan sa Filipino.
Flor. Naay Filipino daw Flor. Help ka lang ka.
Oh.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay. Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello?
Ma'am Ann.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am Ann.
Kinsa ni palihog?
Ma'am, si Sir Bridget ni ma'am.
Jet,
Ma'am, the division of Valencia City already created a revised LESF, which is in Bisaya, and it's already listed by the regional office. Then I already shared that to our division Facebook page. And just a subject correction if na tailain nga mga.
Okay. Let us look into that, Jet. Let's see, Jet, is that the same information? Is the information the same with what is being looked for in our learner enrollment and survey form?
Ma'am Ann.
Yes, Ma'am Ann. Same template, the same form.
Yes, sir.
Pag mo tanaw mo anang sa Valencia, ako mo inform nga lahi-lahi ra ba tag nature of Bisaya diri sa Mindanao.
Okay, sir.
Doon.
Yes, sir, Eddie.
Ang among Bisaya dito, pag abot ko diri sa Lanao, nadyo'y pagka-diferensya.
Yes, sir, Ed. Subject for validation.
I-validate na, contextualize na sa atong Bisaya diri sa Lanao. Kay diferensya jud ang Bisaya diri sa Bisaya namo dito.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Sige, sir. Yes, sir.
I-contextualize na ninyo ang interpret diri.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I-contextualize na to, sir. Sige. Thank you, sir. Now, how about for the pre-data collection? Designate teachers to facilitate remote enrollment. So, as I said a while ago, let us assign teachers. Class advisors shall be assigned to facilitate the remote enrollment of learners from their advisory class from the previous school year. So, the advisor shall be assigned for remote enrollment of learners. Say for example, I am a grade 1 advisor. I have a record of my learners in grade 1, but they shall be turned over to grade 2. So I am now in the position of accessing the number of my learners in the previous year. So sa may mahitabo, pwede na siya nato i-contextualize. There is a tendency that pwede ra ni siya nga kung ako karon si grade 1 teacher na ako'y file sa akong mga bata na po ko'y number, pwede raman po na siya na i-devise po sa mga principal i-turn over ni nga file, kani nga document adto sa receiving teacher, so that si receiving teacher na lang pod ang mo-contact adtong mga bata nga previously grade 1 nga mahimong grade 2 karon. So either or, magsabot lang si principal ug ang duha ka teachers. Kinsay mo contact? Ang previous advisor, ang bata moadto na og grade 2, or ang kanina yung mahimong grade 2 advisor ba ang mo-contact anang mga bata. Depende na sa inyong sabot. For as long as ang atong idea ani is, ang clear picture is the main information is the record of the advisor. Makita man po na sa mga permanent records asa nga section na belong ang bata. But nganong gamiton ang advisor in the previous grade level? Because the advisor of the previous year level has more information regarding all of the learners under her during that year given 10 months with the children and 10 months with the parents. Kay sure ko, kaning advisor sa grade 1, nani mga number sa mga parents which will become rich source of information for the grade 2 teacher. So sabot-sabot lang, kinsay mo contact para sa mga grade 2, ang grade 2 advisor or ang grade 1 advisor, tabangan niya ang grade 2 nga advisor nga karon mo handle aning mga bata. Inyo na ni. So the school head and the teachers are in the best position to decide on this for as long as our enrollment will become seamless. Again, enrollment will become seamless. Walay problema, walay maglalis, walay mag-away. Everything will be all right. Appoint enrollment focal person. Muna yung EFP. Teachers without advisory classes shall be appointed as enrollment focal person. Schools must ensure that each grade level has an appointed enrollment focal person. Kani siya applicable if the school is having many sections by grade level. Example, grade 1 has 10 teachers with 9 sections. So ang teacher nga wala advisory nga ika-10 will become our enrollment focal person who is going to coordinate with the parents and all of the other 9 teachers as advisors. But if the school is small, that is also another story because there is only one teacher per grade level. Or if the school has multi-grade, then there is only one teacher for 3 classes or for 3 grade levels. So the decision now is left to the principal in whatever mode you are, in whatever strategy you are going to employ for as long as the enrollment again will become seamless and the enrollment will surely have a focal person. Schools must ensure that each grade level has an appointed EFP to accommodate kindergarten. So na ay focal person sa enrollment sa kindergarten kung daghan. Transferees, special gini nga teacher for the transferees who will entertain transferees because for transferees, sure ko per experience daghan ni siyang questions, daghan ni siyang issues. A reminder lang sa transferees, do not reject any enrollee even if that enrollee has been a dropout in 5 schools. Kaya na ang ubang mga skulahan, pag tanaw nga dropout ning bataa, di may performance dili dawaton. Again, reminder, do not deny any enrollee even if a child is a dropout. And balik aral enrollee. Reminder po, ayaw pili ang grado. Ang uban, dili mo dawat kung puro 75 ang grado sa bata. Magtinulura dito, itulod-tulod sa lain nga advisory class. So, kung mabot dia sa imo na na. Okay. Ato nang atimanon, whatever kind of learner is that. As teachers shall act as enrollment focal person in order to accommodate ALS enrollees. Again, to serve a rason na EPS2, ALS teachers shall act as enrollment focal person in order to accommodate ALS enrollees. So, ang ALS, padayon sila, enroll gihapon. EFP's contact information shall be publicly posted to be easily accessed by prospective bidders. Muna akong gingon sa ganina, let us make announcements to the public in print, in media for that purpose. Para sa yun lang ang ilang pag-access sa ato tanan. Stage swap. But please give the number that can be contacted. Kaya usahay natay number nga ihatag nyo may motubag. Oh, na number may motubag, na number di pod muring. Okay, so siguraduhan ang number nga ihatag could be easily accessed regardless of time. Kay basig na dili mo answer kay alas 6 nas gabi Dili mo answer kay alas 8 nas gabi So the cell phone shall be open not unless during sleeping time kay maglisod na putag pukawon sila. However, even off work time, kuha naman exigency of service because we are under calamity. We are in a stage of emergency, in a stage of calamity, and therefore, remind our teachers, to school heads, we are now going to employ exigency of service. So, kanang mga number na ihatag, mga hotline numbers, mahalagting paniyod to mo answer, bahala o 5:30 mo answer lang gihapon. Remind our people. Establish digital and physical enrollment platforms. SDO and school shall make the learner enrollment system form available and accessible either in digital and print, which we are already doing. Setting up of kiosks, we are already talking about that. SDO shall establish hotlines, we are already talking that. With Operation Balik Eskwela. So, my presentation, enrollment, is relevant to Plan Balik Eskwela and Brigada Eskwela, which will be discussed later. Now, how about the deadlines for submission of documentary requirements? You might be asking, online man ka ha, Paul. How about the documentary requirements? There is a lengthy period of allowance on submission of documentary requirements. Probably, we'll be asking of PSA. Ayaw sa mo pang istorya of PSA karon kay lisod pa kaayo i-adto og PSA. So deadlines for the submission of documentary requirements required under Section 5A of DepEd Order Number 3, Series 2018 shall be deferred to December 2020. Taas kaayo og allowance. They shall apply in both public and private schools. So dawaton bahalag wala pay PSA. Anyway, later that will be ironed out. Only schools and their personnel shall coordinate the transmission of learners' records, whether internally between learners' previous and incoming class or externally between schools. Nganuman, data protection policy shall be implemented. Don't just give to anyone any record of the learner without due consideration of data protection policy between learners and previous incoming class advisors or externally between schools. And the safest is school to school. We can do online, of course, if we want. Schools shall not compel learners and their parents, guardians to take responsibility for transmission of school records. In this case, transmission of school records, we have IT officers in schools, we have ITO in the division. Transmission of records shall be done from ITO to ICT to ICT coordinator or ITO to ITO in the case of other divisions and regions. That will be our modality. Stage 1 for pre-data, disseminate information on enrollment procedures. For enrollment procedures, we'll also include this one in our information dissemination if we make tarpaulin or through other forms of media. DepEd shall disseminate information on enrollment procedures to the public through manana na ko na istorya. Encourage stakeholders' participation. Participation is crucial in this school year's enrollment. DepEd shall implement various means to engage stakeholders. Magamit na gani siguro nato ang mga barangay health workers who are also reporting to their clinics. We can also use the barangay tanod whoever is going to be assigned by our LGU official to help us. But of course, we will enforce physical distancing even if this job requires multi-stakeholders participation. Parents, guardians in particular shall communicate to previous teachers of their child for the enrollment except for incoming kindergarten, transferees, balik-aral, and ALS enrollee. So balik gihapon, ang mga advisor nga nakaila na sa parents will become our best line of information on enrollment of their children. The time is 12:06. Sir Ed, mag-relax pa ta, Sir Ed, paniud to.
Maniuto sa ta. Balik.
Yes, sir.
Dalawa na.
Sige. We are still on stage 1 on pre-data collection. We still have stage 2 and 3 and final information on enrollment. But the time is 12:15. So as per declaration by Sir Eddie, all of us are going to take a break for 1 hour. So the time is 12:06 and let's be back. 1 hour atong relax, sir.
Yes, ma'am. 1 hour, ma'am. 1 hour, Majuro. 12:06 to 1:06.
Yes. So, sige. Happy eating, everyone. Thank you for listening. If you have questions, just reserve later.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Ann. Now, everybody, let's be back at exactly 1:06. The emergency Mancom will resume at exactly 1:06. Happy lunch break, everybody.
Yeah.
Taon na. Ako.
Tuto ka. Bakalit mo lang kape. Siya na dito.
Nandito ako. Taon na lang po.
Oh.
Dili na mo sugot ng kuan, di mag-usa na lang magtaan ni.
Okay, let me remind everybody. Please turn off please turn off your microphone.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Okay na ta? Sir Eddie, good afternoon to all of us in attendance. I hope the attendance is the same.
Good
This
afternoon,
morning.
ma'am. Padayon na.
Oo, padayon na forward. Okay, so for stage 1, we're done, and let me continue with stage 2. So recall what is stage 1. Anybody who can answer? What is stage 1 in the ped order number 8? Can you recall?
Of data. Data collection, ma'am.
Okay, very good. Kinsa nag-answer?
Data collection.
Who is who answered the question? To review, pre-data collection. The
Data
pre-data
collection.
collection, we are going to consider using the learner enrollment. So, gani ng S? Learner enrollment survey form.
Survey form.
LESF, Learner Enrollment Survey Form. But of course, the key players, as stated in stage 1, key players are the principals, the enrollment coordinator, and stakeholders. Now, let's proceed to stage 2. How do we ensure? Ako may dating mo. Okay. Thank you, Flor. Thank you, everyone. Let's now proceed to stage 2, data collection. How do we ensure that all potential enrollees are able to submit learner enrollment survey form in the safest way possible? That is the question for stage 2 on data collection. Remember, there shall be data privacy. So reminder to all of us, it is not just as easy as that when somebody asks for information, we'll just immediately give data from our office, data of our learners to somebody who is going to ask this. That's why we have to ensure protection of our data. Data collection. Now, stage 2 tells us that the data collection shall be done through class advisors. It was earlier discussed just this morning that class advisors shall contact each learner in their advisory class from 2019-2020. So for those who were grade 1 up to grade 11, the advisors will take charge of contacting the parents and the learners. But of course, with the help of other teachers and coming advisors of the succeeding year as our contextualization to this statement. Well, it all depends upon our practice for as long as our objective in the enrollment will be achieved. Contact as much as possible be done remotely. It's already done. Now, through the initiative of parents and guardians, schools shall provide specific instructions on parents or guardians of prospective enrollees. Make contact appointed. This was already discussed that the school shall assign enrollment. Ang sa gani EFPs, nalimot ko. Enrollment EFP, enrollment
Focal person.
focal person.
Focal person.
Enrollment focal person. Once contacted by the parents or guardians of prospective enrollees, appointed focal person shall collect necessary data. So remember, this morning we talked about appointed focal person. There shall be a focal person per grade level if the school is big. So EFP shall accommodate inquiries and facilitate data collection as remotely as possible, whether via is a social media, whichever is mutually convenient. Pero additional that is not found here. So the principals choose your enrollment focal person. One who is not easily irritated. The enrollment focal person shall have patience. Patience is a virtue. Enrollment focal person is knowledgeable. Patience has humility, is loving. One who is not easily irritated if there are questions by parents, because this focal person is going to manage different kinds of personalities, especially in this pandemic. We do not know what are some of the psychological experiences. We do not know if we have clients who have psychological trauma. So choose the best teacher who will be the focal person. And please tell them also that since we are in education, no matter how we are provoked by our clients, we still have to keep our utmost professionalism, especially that this is enrollment. With different modalities, there might be confusions. We will always remind our teachers to keep their utmost professionalism when confronted with issues in schools. So, kanang focal person nato na kalma, kanang focal person na maghunahuna o insakto, who is going to stand for the department. Ayaw mo pamilya atong focal person na magsigig panaway sa DepEd. Kaya naara ba tayo mga teachers uban, di lang nato malikayan na aman jud. Choose focal person who is loyal to the department, who is loyal to the job. Okay. Another stage 2, data collection, electronic. We have our own way of collecting the data aside. Nagbiyahe man siguro. Para madali ta, palunga sa na ninyo inyong unsa na diha. Can I top floor? Can I continue? In the division office, we are devising an electronic way, an electronic template, which you will also utilize during enrollment. But just wait for another system from central office with the same content, of course, same content as found in our learner enrollment survey form. But in the division office, ITO floor, of course, with the request of our superintendent, is making our own system with the same information as contained in our LASF. Why we are doing that in the division? Because this will also help us decide on the modalities. The division will have a clear picture on the modalities, approaches, and the class organization, so that eventually we will be able to provide what the schools need, like teachers, like other issues and concerns that may come out based on the survey form. So that is how important is the survey form to be answered, all items to be answered by our parents and learners. The digital format of the enrollment form and the electronic consolidation template can be accessed through the LIS. This will be in coordination with our IT officer and of course our planning officer in the Schools Governance Operations Division. Of course, with the central hub the DepEd Central Office. So whatever we input, that will be seen by Central Office. Again, what purpose? For policy issuance, for planning, and for program implementation. Advisors will use the summary template and save the file. Save the file because the summary template will be the guide of the school and the principal in class organization, in modalities and approaches, and in addressing the gaps in terms of technology and in terms of offline delivery mode. Since the file to the respective grade heads for consent, the advisors will use the summary template and save the file, then send the file to the respective grade heads for consolidation. So the work of the respective grade head is quite heavier as compared to those of the class advisors. Of course, grade head man siya. Grade head, in our term, grade leader, in the high school, there's another term, but this for grade head, like grade 7 head, grade 8 head, shall copy and paste the summary results of the class advisors to his grade head summary sheet. So there is a summary sheet here. Same file type advisors are using, and consider it as grade level master summary sheet. In its picture, there is a data from the advisor with a summary list of learners and the summary information will send that to the grade level head to create a master summary sheet. So, ang atong grade level head shall be IT, how do we call it? Not expert, but IT knowledgeable, especially in the Excel, Google, and many others. So, this is now the time that the expertise of our teachers in information technology shall be utilized. So what will happen to the advisors who do not know how to encode? That is a question. If your school has 5 teachers, all of them do not know how to manipulate the laptop, then by all means, the principal is going to solve that problem. In no way that the school ICT coordinator shall be bombarded by all work from kinder up to grade 6. The work shall be divided. So for those who do not know how to, for principals, in the previous Mancom, I said, in your school, list down how many are at the age of 60 and above, how many are having medication, and how many are already IT knowledgeable, and how many need training for the division office to intervene. Most especially that in the enrollment alone, IT knowledge is already, IT expertise is already demanded in enrollment alone. How much more during the time when we have our classes? So principals, reminder, I hope you already have a list of the school head, of the teachers under you who need training on information and communication technology so that the division office can help. Of course, with our superintendent spearheading this endeavor. So for stage 2 data collection on LIS encoding, we have been doing this. But this time, it's quite complicated as compared before. Why it's complicated? Because we are going to consider all of the items that are found in the learner enrollment survey form. So in the encoding for existing learners, we follow the same process in updating the enrollment status of learners at the end of school year, which our ICT coordinators in the school are already expert at, and some advisors who are IT knowledgeable are already expert at this. But the challenge is, although they're expert, but the challenge is on internet connectivity, which some of us would claim na Dugay ta maka-enter sa LIS kay ga-loading. So that is another consideration. So reminder, walang problema loading of the internet. That's why you could not upload our information in the LIS. As early as this time, we also think of other solutions. Kung hinay sa atong eskwelahan, ang updating, kung hinay sa balay, there could be other solutions. Pag may gusto, marami ang paraan. Pag ayaw, marami ang dahilan. So this time, hindi na pwede, hindi na tatanggapin yung ayaw. Dapat lahat may gusto. Because all of us would want to serve our learners. So may gusto, maraming paraan in LIS. But remember, this job is quite challenging because of the many inputs that our teachers are going to encode. Tell them ahead of the bulk of the job. That is why, if they are already well-informed on this, and there is already mind conditioning na nato ato mga teachers, especially June 1, that's the reporting day, and basig mga kurat na lang silang tanan, whatever. Let's do mind conditioning first of our teachers before we proceed to our learners and parents. Okay, kung wala sila na mind conditioning regarding aning enrollment nato, enrollment pa lang, di nato sila ma-condition sa ilang mind, tendency is when confronted with issues, dali ra ni sila ma-stress o di na nato ma-achieve ang 100% enrollment of learners targeted in our community. So the enrollment status of learners in a school's registry shall be updated based on their SF9, the Learner Progress Report Card. We have this file in our school. Now the question, ma'am, wala ra ba mi maka-check sa data? Wala mi naka-check sa grado sa among mga pupils last school year because classes were suspended in the middle of March. But it was said na we could do online or other modes, other ways of checking. Pretty sure others also were able to check while others were not. We differ in our geographical location, but by all means, because the Learner Progress Report Card is one of the bases of enrollment, then we assume this time that the numbers, that the grades reflected in the report cards were already accurate. For any inaccuracy, it is always the principal who is going to answer for that, being the chief executive of the school. So, kay mo man natong gamiton. Another issue on is Learner's Progress Report Card is on the summer intervention class mo. I have to talk about this a little bit because kung na siya bagsak na isa or duha, and then wala siya naka-summer, what will happen? While there is time, we can catch up because classes are not still done. So reminder, katong na ay wala maka-summer nga mga bata, nga duha, ang hagbong, pwede siguro, Sir Ed, catch up ka na to, Sir Ed, while wala pa'y klase.
Unsang learning competency ipa-catch up na to, ma'am?
Yes, sir. So as per order and approval by Sir Eddie,
Unsang competencies ato ipa-catch up?
ipa-check nato sa mga teachers, sir, unsa nga competency ang kulang sa bata ana nga subject, mao ra man pud na atong ipa-catch up.
Para asa man na katong wa na human nga school year?
Katong na ay failure, sir, nga duha ka subjects nga wala maka-summer.
Pastilan, makaya ka na nila?
Ma'am, good afternoon, ma'am.
Sige, lang.
Sige, ma'am. Importante na siya dire, ma'am Arlene.
I-include na sila, ma'am. Nag-conduct na sila summer classes.
Tanan na, ma'am? Tanan?
Actually, we have 602 learners nga went og summer classes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. If we have 602 learners who underwent summer classes, then let us monitor, let's find out if the 602 already passed in their subjects given the intervention of competencies they never learned.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, we monitored them. We instructed the district supervisors to submit weekly report, and then we are expecting by this time that they could provide us the grades of those children or learners, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, because that is already a recalibrated grade. Supposed to be if the summer intervention was done, then there should be a recalibrated grade, and the recalibrated grade shall be reflected as final grade in the learner's progress report card because June 1 is enrollment already.
Yes, ma'am. That's actually, ma'am. That's why we reminded them last week because I think there is really a deadline of that kanang paghatag sa grado, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Check lang nato, ma'am, ha, kay basin o pabalo. Ang akong concern dire, that's why I'm talking about that because my concern is if there is no recalibrated grade and that is not the grade in the learner's progress report card is not changed, so that would mean a negative effect on the child. So, na tendency nga mabilin siya sa grade level. So, mabalik na gid siya.
Balik.
Oh. Okay, so thank you, ma'am. Ana lang, since the principals are listening now, I hope there is already a recalibrated grade. And that is already reflected in the progress report card. Sige, ma'am Arlene, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
So, mula to, sir. For this purpose, the previous class advisor shall encode collected learner data from the LESF in the LIS. Think that the LESF has many information required and that will be encoded. But of course, there is a template. For each learner, there are many items to be answered. So if a teacher has, as an advisor has 40 learners, it would take her time to answer all of the information based on the answered form by our learners or parents. So, inana siya ang atong trabaho. Kung ang teacher dire medyo di ganahan og daghang kuti, mag-expect gyud ta nga dunay ako lang gi-imagine na ay dili ganahan ani nga trabaho, na ganahan pero encourage them, inspire them na that is that the work we are doing now is the foundation of all the things we will be doing for the year. Kung di ni nato trabahoon, wala po tayo trabahoon for the year. Okay? So, encoding. For incoming kindergarten, transferees, balik-aral, and ALS learners, the designated, daghan siyang trabaho. The designated enrollment focal person shall encode collected learner data from the Learner Information Survey form in the electronic LESF template. So, kinsay ating manon ni enrollment focal person nga mag-encode siya? Ang iyang atimanon si incoming kindergarten, transferees, balik-aral, and ALS learners. Ang question, mabilon ba din na namo ang ALS, ma'am? Dito naman na sa ALS. It is stated in this DepEd order. So we are going to follow what is found here. This template shall be forwarded by schools to the Planning and Research Unit at the SDO for consolidation. So, sa teacher pa lang daan, daga na siya og buhaton. Sa enrollment focal person, dagan siya trabahoon. But the bulk of the work in the entire division shall go to the Planning and Research Unit. And therefore, si Ma'am Inking Ani, si Ma'am Francisca Mugot, and si Dr. Abalorio, ilaning trabahong dako. Why? Why nga dito ni paingon? Because planning and research unit man ni siya. Data will serve as our baseline information in all decisions that the division office will make. So kung wala tayo numbers, maglisod ta og decide for the learning delivery services. And no matter how huge the work is, no matter how bulky the data, we still have to do because these are important, and learners are the reasons why we are at DepEd. Now, how about LIS encoding? It may be scheduled once the system experience congestion. Sure gyud ko nga mag-congest, but there will be adjustments, don't worry. School heads shall ensure that all teachers have the means and support to encode. Means and support to encode. Unsa man mga means, laptop, desktop, and internet connectivity. Question. Dalhon ni teacher ang iyang work sa iyang balay kay kusog iyang signal. Who will pay the internet cost? That the teacher and the school head will agree. So, Sir Eddie and the rest of us are already thinking on the huge budget, huge cost that this school year will have in terms of internet connectivity. Sir Eddie is telling us where this is in the pipeline of the division and in your schools too, that we are going to amend our annual procurement plan, and probably according to Inday, if Inday is listening, this was taken last Mancom, that we need really to amend this the soonest time possible to address the needs of our schools. Public and private schools shall complete their encoding of LSEF. So meaning to say no one is left behind. Public and private shall go together, complete their work together, complete encoding of LSEF data in the LIS end of school year module not later than July 7. So if it's not later than July 7, think July 1 is next week. We're not going to say that, oh, we are not going to enroll yet because the enrollment is until August, until June 29 and June 30. If we could do it day by day starting June 1, then the work will be lightened. But if we do it on the third week, on the fourth week of June, then all data will come and the work will be huge. But if we do it day by day, then the work will be as light as it is every day. For stage 3 is data retrieval. How do we ensure the LASF data will inform policy and program design and implementation? Policy and program design and implementation. These are the reasons for data retrieval. I'm not going to talk more about central office, but let's go directly to schools, to the division office. In the division office, analysis and evaluation. In the analysis and evaluation, what are we going to do? Access summary of results from LIS dashboard. So in the division office, we are going to consolidate everything, all of your input. Then we are going to make a dashboard. In one slide, we will know the entire information of the whole division office. Pila ang mag-online, pila ang mag-printed materials, pila ang mag-radio, pila ang mag-TV, how many learners are there from kinder up to grade 12. Then we are going to group them in our school. So we make, that's the time we could also make in our school, organization of classes. In the division level, we are going to assess the implications of results on learning delivery. Say, for example, if many opted for printed materials, then what are the implications on this? That would mean additional cost of printing materials. If many would opt for online, the implication would be the cost of online internet cost, the cost of internet fee of the school, and how about for the teachers? Because teachers are using internet, this would become additional budget for teachers if we are not going to assist them. And that would be point for planning in the division, in the region, and in the national level, and even in the school. So that would mean a part of the amendment of annual procurement plan of the schools and the division. For the schools, we still have to analyze. Ang ato manggong naandan, kung na-data nga i-gather, diha ra ta kutob. Pagkauman og kuwas data, diha ra. What's the purpose of gathering the data, analysis, and evaluation? In the school, assess summary of results from the electronic LESF template, assess how this result may affect the learning delivery. So, entire picture, if we're able to get all of this information needed, then we will have the right kind of learning delivery for our learners. And then, we will be able to find the resources needed prior to August 24. So how about the forms? Learner information and survey form na nana siya. This is what we have been talking about. It's automated. These are downloadable. But in the division office, we are also making our own for our own consumption. Of course, with consideration to all items that are found. Now, if this will serve as duplicate while waiting for the automated version in the central office, the division office is already making our own. So congratulations to Floor. Thank you, Sir Eddie, for telling us ahead of time that we are going to do this, because as of this time, the central office is not yet able to download the automated version of LSEF. I think is not yet available. So, wala pa man siya available while waiting. Our ITO is already making this one. Available na ba siya, Floor, or mo pa na atong hinimo? Okay, so thank you, Floor. So we will utilize our own. Anyway, it's easy to transfer when there is already an automated version. Diba, Floor? Now, there is another information that is required that caused the lengthy learner enrollment survey form. Unsay nadugang anong taas? Additional data requirements ang ipangutana is all about household capacity and access to distance learning.
Ay, sorry.
Namanday ka Sir Elmer. Okay, but I am not going to read all of the contents of these additional data requirements, but I'd like to invite your attention to D7. In D7, what distance learning modalities do you prefer for your child? Choose all that applies. Number 1, online learning. Number 2, television. Number 3, radio. Number 4, modular learning. Number 5, combination of face-to-face with other modalities and others. We just witnessed the meeting with all of the cabinet members last night, and there was no mention of face-to-face. So take note, there was no mention of face-to-face, but in this form, it is included. Based on survey with you, the top rank in priority of learning modality was face-to-face. But take note, reminder sa inyo, face-to-face is not an option as stated last night. Last night, giklaro, online learning, television, radio, modular learning. Kung pwede, ay nalang sa mong answer kaha ng Sir Ed, pansiron ka pagyapon o face-to-face?
Kung answer gihapon sila, ma'am, kay naman na dahil sa form. Anyway, it does not mean to say na kung mo answer sila face-to-face, mapugos na yung putaghatag o face-to-face, kay kung di i-allow, ito ay mahimo. The only thing is, kung walay face-to-face jud, so diha ta sa alternative modes. The only thing is, sundon na lang nato ng form diha, kay survey man po na. Then, di ba mao mo po ni atong kinahanglan ibisaya?
Yes, sir. Mao ni siya, sir. Pero doon is Yes, sir. Duha ni siya ka sheets.
Oh, sige. I hope, Bridget, naminaw ka, Bridget? Bridget. Is GOD. Is GOD, School Governance and Operations Division.
Present.
Okay. Sugdan na nag-interpret ninyo kaning enrollment form.
Mangutayan sa ako sa pika, sir. Kaya naman ko diri sa office.
Paliog ko, ingat nila, Bridget, kaya ako nag-instruct.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Bato ko, Ron.
Dito sa principal na to. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Aman.
Yes, sir. Salamat, sir. Now, I'm about to end. Let's talk about functions and responsibilities. Central Office, I'm not going to discuss this more because surely our work will go to them, and we know already that they are for policy, planning, management, communication, support and assistance, analysis, evaluation, monitoring. These are their functions. We proceed to Schools Division Office. At a glance, just the same, support and assistance. But let me emphasize, support and assistance. Print enrollment form, ang print enrollment form, an Excel template for data collection. That's for the division office. Coordination and linkages, coordinate with LGU on the conduct of modified enrollment. Disseminate information on enrollment. That's why we are disseminating this information now. Conduct orientation on the modified enrollment procedures. We're doing it now. Data collection will happen after this. After this activity, data collection will happen. Monitor data collection and encoding in the system. Reminder. In the data collection, we want to get the right number for the right solution. Again, we want to get the right number for the right solution. Numbers don't lie. That is our principle. Numbers don't lie. That's what we believe. However, based on experience, makita nato nga usahay sayon ra pud mosulat og number. Please, if there is no number, kung walay number, wala. Di nato butang-butangan. Kung naa. Kung 100, 100. Dili mahimong 1,000. O kung na 1,000, basig na sayo plug press, review lang. Okay? Support and assistance. Provide support and assistance to schools. Basta ang amo lang yung dilemma there is a division office, we have to tell you, our common dilemma is the number in the report. So, kung sa una, pahisguta sa ko gamay, pasaylo ako, kung sa una magbutang lang tag number diha, kay gataranta ta sa atong report, karon kung wa tay report, wala. Kung naa. Okay. No matter how skimpy, no matter how bad the number is, for as long as that's the number, let's start from there. Okay, so data retrieval, analysis and evaluation, access summary of results from the LIS dashboard. Muna ang among buhaton through our planning and research. Assess the implications of results on learning delivery. Meeting man dayon mi ana there is division with our superintendent, and we'll plan with all of the assigned personnel tasked to solve the problems. And of course, with you, principals. How about for the school? Ensure that all teachers have facility and assistance in data collection and LIS encodings. Muna atong trabaho sa eskwelahan. Pretty sure almost all schools have desktop, but not all schools have electricity. Naantay computer gihatag o may electricity. So that is another issue. But we highly encourage public schools, district supervisors to help our principals and teachers who don't have access to electricity and internet connectivity. And to include who don't have even one computer or one laptop in the school. PSDSS can intervene on this and help so that other schools within the district can also help those who don't have. Na may uban dagkagrasya, na po uban way grasya, sige lang. I-share lang nato atong blessing sa school for all of our learners. Coordination and linkages, coordinate with LGU on the conduct of modified enrollment. So tanawa pong LGU, basig mas dagan sila laptop o desktop sa ato o makapashare po sila sa ilahang internet, the better. Communication, disseminate information, enrollment, especially to parents and guardians. Data collection, monitor data collection and encoding in the system. Monitor the teachers, provide support during data collection and encoding. And in the data retrieval, just the same, at the level of the school, assess summary of results from electronics LESF template. Assess how these results may affect the learning delivery. This is a time that we can make organization of classes. Talking about data privacy, let's dispose accomplished printed enrollment and learner survey forms after these are encoded in the LIS. Wala na. Tapon nyo na. Dispose na accomplished printed enrollment and learner survey forms. Why? That is also to protect the information for data privacy. Di pwede nga pagkahuman, ipabutang lang bisag asa. Dispose, as stated in this debit order. The data protection officer shall ensure the department's compliance with the requirements of Data Privacy Act during the enrollment process. So my dear principals, please download a copy, print a copy of Data Privacy Act. Let your teachers know about this. Kay daghan na ba problema gihapon aning mga form nga gapang gawas lang, bisakin sa tagaan or whatever problems may arise if we are not going to consider Data Privacy Act in the enrollment process. And I think it's not only during enrollment process, but even during days onwards in our class days. She may issue further guidelines as necessary. Regional directors, schools division superintendents, and school heads shall act as data compliance officers at their respective levels of governance and ensure the protection of collected personal information. Dili basta-basta i-divulge ang information to anyone. They may use the results of the survey to plan and develop interventions for their respective jurisdiction consistent to the requirements of Data Privacy Act. Sa ato ra na, sa DepEd, sa ato ra na nga grupo in the school system, ang atong data for our consumption. The planning service shall process the results of the survey, si Ma'am Inking and si Bridget, for policy and program development purposes consistent with the requirements of the Data Privacy Act. So, the solutions that we make shall be on the basis of the results of this survey form. Preparation requirements. This slide is talking about implementation plan, but focus your attention on information advocacy because we are already on this stage. The division office is on the stage of advocacy and we are now on the fourth week, Baron. We are now on the fourth week of May. It is stated, provide information materials to the field, ready for modification based on the context of the field. In our case, there is already a memorandum on this, and if it's already posted, napasig na post na niog na out within the day, as mandated by the superintendent na siya ginote na i-relay ng information, it will be relayed to you aside from this information dissemination done online today. Take note of systems modification ning ani ko kay na may first week of June. Ay, balik ta sa coordination and communication. Provide orientation with the field on the enrollment guidelines. We're done. Disseminate information on LIS encoding schedule. First week of June, this is through the coordination of our planning officer. Set up feedback mechanism. If you have issues and concerns, this is very important. Always inform the office, write to the superintendent regarding your issues and concerns on enrollment. We need feedback mechanism. And on Monday, June 1, together with the first day of enrollment and first day of service of our teachers, we will be making Oplan Brigada Eskwela booth. There is a group in the division office. This will be explained fully later by our SGOD personnel. set up feedback mechanism, and the feedback mechanism will be done through online, will be done through text, will be done through letters, and we appreciate if you do it as fast as you can in terms of giving feedback so that the division office can help you if we can help you at our level, or we could ask help from the regional and the national office. So that is how important feedback is. So reminder lang, kung nata issues and concerns ani, ayaw pagbagut-but bisag asa, ayaw pagbagut-but kamulo kang nagsakay sa jeep kay daghan makadungog nga way labot. Ay sakay kag bisag asa, ayaw pag sige istorya about negative ani atong gipanghimo because we are really part of this activity. Tell your teachers, sige ra ba nag-istorya di sa bus, di sa jeep, sige panglibak sa iyang principal, sa iyang kauban, sa bisag kinsa na lang. Tell them na to also keep their utmost professionalism wherever they are, especially that we are DepEd personnel. Labi na kaning atong gihimo karon because this is new. System modification. Integrate new data requirements, learner mapping survey to the LIS. That will happen first week of June. So remember, during the first week of June, we are already going to start integrating new data requirements and the learner mapping survey to the LIS. And you will be informed, you will be guided on this through our planning officer. Provide template for data collection, ICTS, fourth week of May. Supposed to be. Oh yes, that's why I tell Floor, of course, with the mandate of Sir Eddie, that we are going to provide you with, in the absence of the data collection template downloaded by central office, the division office is ready for this. That is why our ITO is going to orient on this through an online mode. If not today because there's no time, probably tomorrow because medyo na to pressure si Floor. Sorry, Floor. I told Floor na, Floor, dili na pwede nga next week. Kinahanglan na before Monday. Because as stated here, fourth week of May. So if he could not orient, probably there would be instructions in the template so that our teachers and ICT officers in schools can follow. Okay ka na, Floor? Hapit na tanahuman, Floor? Pero dili kay next week pa ta mo hatag. Sige, so before na nato i-discuss, ato sa na i-present ni Sir. Sige, thank you. Information advocacy. Create info. Kanina, that's what I said a while ago. Late na ni, third week of May ang niya din hi. But the memorandum was issued 28th of May. So, gi-issue man ang memorandum nato sa 28 May, mo may date din hi. Ang gingon po diri, fourth week of May ta mag-provide orientation with the field on the enrollment guidelines. Mo nang karon ta diretso naghatag sa inyo og information about this.
I-emphasize, ma'am, nga gahapon pa nag-issue.
Yes, sir. So the issuance of this DepEd order was dated May 28, 2020. That is why our superintendent is calling for this emergency meeting today. Okay? Di man pwede nga dili ta ma-inform tanan. That is why we expect that after this, you will also cascade this with our teachers in the field through different modes of communication so that by Monday, everything will be in order. Dili pwede nga sa Yes, sir.
Nag-issue.
Yes, sir. Gahapon pa ni siya, May 28. Today is May 29. Yes, today is May 29. So, tungod kay gahapon pa siya na-issue, muning nataranta po ta og disseminate ani sa inyo karon because this will be our guide for next week and the succeeding days before classes start. So, principals, reminder, please disseminate this to your teachers. Do not just say na, sige, basahan na ninyo, but as much as possible, discuss with your teachers through different modes of discussion. Dili pwede nga moabot ang teacher sa Monday, June 1, nga wala siya hinanawan aning DepEd Order number 8 because clients are going to transact with us on June 1. Okay. So, this is the last slide. We could make infographics, ready for printing, tarps, posters. In our department, we are not going to say, anong karon pa man ko nagipahibalo? Di ko mohimo ana, anong karon pa? We cannot say that in our department. We are used to this instant. So, for principals, always condition the mind of your teachers that there are instances that we are going to do things outrightly, instantly. It's because we are in calamity. Na mantas time of emergency. So emergency yun ni. And exigency of service is needed. If you will orient tomorrow, Saturday, we would appreciate that very much. Then, let them inform, let your teachers help you inform the community. And massive information will happen starting Saturday, Sunday, so that by Monday, naplansya na ang tanan, enrollment na ta diretso. Information could be done through digital. Maayo man na mo Facebook ato mga teachers. Okay, ato na sila, magbuhat mo og mga design sa tarpaulin, mga design sa mga infographics. You can also post them on Facebook. Kay mahilig po Facebook sila. O kita. Ako lang, di lang ko sige post. Audio-visual presentation of the enrollment procedures. Mag-video pa man taani. If you can do that, short video for social media content. If you are adept, if you have teachers who are adept to making audio-visual presentation, utilize their expertise at all means. So these materials shall accommodate the initiative of the field to modify based on their specific context. Pwede tang magbinisaya, pwede tang mag-in-English, depende sa kadaghanon sa mga tao nga nagamit ang nga language, pwede tang mag-Meranao, so that everybody will understand us in the community. So that's all for DepEd Order number 8. Should you have any question, whatever details you would want, we advise that all principals should not only rely on the saved file in computer, but have a copy, printed copy of DepEd Order number 8, Series 2020. Good luck to all of us in this endeavor. The work will become light if our mind and body, if our heart is ready to do the job. Let's do the job with passion. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Sir Eddie.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Sir, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, ma'am. Permission to speak. Permission to speak, sir.
Sige, go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead, ma'am.
Dito sa gihatag, sir, sa school division office na pre-collection of data. Naaman nabutang diri ang support and assistance, print enrollment form, and Excel template for data collection. Is it from the division office that we will wait, or kami na lang ang mag-print sa school?
Ma'am.
Yes, sir. Gadget. Sir. Yes, ma'am. That's why when I read that one, yes, ma'am. When I read this one, medyo napukoy pangutana just like you. It states here in the pre-data collection, support and assistance, print enrollment form and Excel template for data collection. Considering the huge number of schools, there are 300 plus schools, plus the how many thousands of learners in the division office, and the time is limited because the memorandum was issued just yesterday. We don't have time. So what do you think is our solution, ma'am?
Ma'am, mao man gud na ang problem na mo, ma'am. Wala pa mi downloading sa MOE, wala mi supply gyud sa among school karon as tuban papers, ma'am. Wala pa man mi downloading.
Yes, ma'am. Wala mo'y downloading because I asked Sir Ed, nangutana ko ani ni Flor nga nung daghan ka ita og transaction sa office. It's because of the moratorium that you stop your opening of bank account in Land Bank, in the 3 Land Bank branches in Lanao del Norte. There was moratorium because of pandemic. Yesterday, we called Sir Ed last day to solve the problem. We called Chief Mary Aneri in the regional office, chief accountant, so that the moratorium will be lifted and that eventually the principals will be able to open their bank accounts. Ang problema ninyo sa ato sa province is pag nag-apply daw ang mga principals sa opening a bank account, of course, you need fidelity bond. When you find fidelity bond, you will go to Iligan, and the Iligan branch of the Bureau of Treasury will still have to submit the forms to Cagayan de Oro Bureau of Treasury bond. That became the problem of our division office in the opening of bank account. That's why we could not just download to all of you. According to TOR, we could not just download the amount to your account because some accounts were not yet opened through Land Bank because of the issue on Bureau of Treasury. So, and another is because of moratorium. So, Ma'am Mary Aneri yesterday, Sir Ed, si Ma'am Mary yesterday told us na she will ask the national office to lift the moratorium so that the principals could move. Pero karon kay wala man jud mo dihay supplies.
Yes,
What do you think are we going to do?
if allow nila ma'am nga mangutang mi og supply nga bond paper, then it will be paid kung naanay kuan. Okay lang sa amo makakuha mi. Ang problema na mo ma'am kay ang ilang gikuan is sa DBM gyud mi magkuha og bond paper. Mao man ang giingon gud sa pag-orientation sa amo
Yes ma'am, di ta ka pangayo sa barangay wherever wala pa mo yung mga karaan nga supply diha basig na pa mo
wala ni supply ma'am kay nagamit sa katong examination kami sa mga bata sa first before man good kami sa central before man good nag-COVID before naggatag na mig exam daan sa mga bata.
So we have problem on this. Unsa ni nga school ma'am?
Nagkauswagan Central ma'am.
Pero kung Monday di pa man siguro tanan daghan mag-print material mo gamit because we are also using text messaging and online.
Oo, dili pa ma'am, pero pag magsugod na taog kuan kay magsugod naman mi og kuan sa Monday, magsugod naman mi og kuan. So most probably na mo anha sa school nga magkuha sa enrollment form kay ang amo manggong kuan ma'am is dili ni magpasulod og parents. Ibutang na ang ako manggong plan is diha ra sa gate ibutang na aray kuhaan nila ma'am og kanang enrollment form. They will get the enrollment form and then they will return it. Ibutang ra pud sa drop box. Na ang among kuan. So
ma'am sa gate or sa barangay hall?
Sa gate ma'am sa school. Kay naamraman mud mi sa likod sa munisipyo ma'am ang among school.
Sir Ed,
most accessible is ang dito gyud sa among school gate.
Sa na itong sulbad ron na pamantay, downloading. So, are there also other schools, ma'am? Can you look for other schools who can also help you? Probably they have many supplies this time while waiting for your supply.
Yes, ma'am. I'll try to contact my others.
Sige. To all PSDSS, please look into this issue in your district because probably there are schools with many supplies while there are schools without supplies which are already running out of supplies this time. So probably we could share each other's resources while waiting for that supply in your school, the allocation of your school. In the division level, because in the division level, we could not just print this enrollment form. This time, it's Friday. We ran out of time already. We could not purchase. So probably we'll go to let's think out of the box to all principals who are listening. We could not just immediately provide all of this printed enrollment material in the division level this time, although it is stated in this DepEd order. We don't have time anymore. And then we hope that other schools could share with the help of PSDSS account all of the materials that you have for the first week. Could we just print for the first week? Anyway, let's solve the issue for the second week by next week. Okay ka na, Sir Ed?
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Consult Inday kung pwede ba ng ilang buhaton manghulam o bad paper sa pikas eskwelahan o niya aya bayaran kung nanay ilaha.
Yes, sir.
Account. Ikonsulta daw si Inday o si Cheribet kung pwede ba na.
Yes, sir. Inday, are you listening? Or Cheribet? Anyone? Cheribet or?
Yes, ma'am.
Kinsa ni? Si Inday?
Day, ma'am.
Sige, Day.
Murag ila ara siguro ng internal kuan ma'am, arrangement sa mga schools kung maghulam-hulam sila ma'am.
Day, ang akong charger sa laptop day wa man diri sa bag day. Oh.
So, ila na ng internal agreement.
Oh. Pero layo magud kay ang DBM no, pwede man unta sila makakuan ma'am kanang maka
emergency purchase.
O procurement dayon diri kita raman sa division magbayad.
Unsa day procedure day tuloy sa sila day?
Ay pwede siguro no kung kuan. Unsa ilang mga need ay ang division na lang
supplies day.
Ma'am Inday, what we need most today is the ink and bond paper. Maura na ang most nga pinakakuan namo kay enrollment time. Ink paper, maura gid na. Kay mag-print man mi sa mga forms and then the bond paper that we need. Mao yung pinaka-immediate need namo.
Kita mo ay mag-procure, ma'am. Ididak ra silang imo kira po siya.
Emergency purchase ya.
So man, okay ra ka
gamito
emergency
naman.
purchase?
Gamito
Pwede
naman.
ra pod. Pwede ra pod, ma'am. Diri na lang sa local.
Hello, Ma'am Inday.
DBM.
Ma'am
DBM,
Inday.
dili na need man. Okay ra og DBM, ma'am. Asa ka si Cheribet og na atas ang ikon si Cheribet, ma'am, kung naabay daghang stock sa DBM sa bond paper.
Oo. Last Cheribet.
Ma'am Inday. Ma'am Inday.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, basig pwede po ink. Amo lang ikuan kung unsang printer ang amo ang printer sa school. Amo lang i-provide sa inyo ang mga printer.
Mana lang po kuan ani sir kanang sa Google ala pero gamiton na din nila karon, ma'am.
Oo.
Apa siguro na ma'am ba?
Ani na lang. Mag-request sila, i-email sa imo ha.
Okay, sa supply na lang, ma'am. Si Rebet man ang magkuan, maggama og EPR. Para sa DBM. EPR pa man gud na siya.
Mas Cheribet.
I-email ni Cheribet.
Thank you, Day. Bet.
Ako, ma'am.
Ay, makasunod si Cheribet. Wala si Cheribet, Floor. Ako na siya. Wala si Cheribet.
Trying to join si Ma'am Cheribet, ma'am. Trying to join. Nag-connect pa, ma'am.
Is it only that school which has problem on supplies? Can you, this is what you're going to do. Just make your comment on our chat box Or write your issue. You see the chat box, there is a box near the kanang lagana bitaw. Do you see that? For all principals, there is a chat box. You just write your whatever you want to ask or what are your concerns.
Ipa-request na lang.
Write that in a chat box. We will know.
Ma'am, ipa-request na lang siguro sila, ma'am.
Ipa-request sila?
Ipa-appeal tong kuan. May nang written yun request kaya aron walay reklamo.
Okay.
Itong formal gan bitaw.
O, tama dire. Nagingon, we share same problem too. No available bond papers. Okay, ma'am, nga i-deduct sa MOOA per school. How about us mga walay MOOE?
Ang walay MOE, ma'am, kay dito sa sila mag-share sa ilang mother school, ma'am. Kay ang ila ang pag-compute sa MOE adong mother school, na-appeal man tong mga enrollment nga naa sa ila ang mga sa new school. Kay ang atong budgeting is kuan man, kanang ahead man tag computation. Kabalo na atong pag-meeting na to sa during sa SOB, aware na ng mga principals, ma'am, nga na ang kuan sa mga new schools nga wala MOE. Magki-share sa asa ko tong mother school nila.
So nakadungog ang mga mother schools.
Katong schools nga kung sa asa atong enrollment naka-lodge.
Hello. Hello.
Floor.
Hello.
Si Sir Eddie, Sir Ed. There is a question, Sir Ed. Sir Ed.
Ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
Sir, there is a question. There's a question, sir. In terms of katong work from home arrangement, scheduling of workforce, sir, they're asking if they're going to follow our scheduling system in the division as per issuance na natay sit A, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, sit B, still 3 days, and sit C, 3 days. So 3 days work in school and 2 days work at home. They're asking if they're going to follow that scheme in their schools.
Ang nangutana, teacher, principal.
Kinsa ning nangutana?
Ang iyang gipasabot, ang teacher ba nga iyang gipasabot o siya?
Both. Ano tutong memorandum ani siya?
Kontakan daw siya kay gusto ko siya kung man siya.
Atong mo nga skeleton.
Pero di ba appeal ba sa Mamarilo ani? Okay. As regards to the enrollment, Ma'am Ann.
Yes, sir.
May provision diha, Ma'am Ann, sa DepEd order number 8 ba to?
Yes, sir. 8.
Number 8. Dabay provision diha nga ang teacher dili mo kuan. Di ba mo manage man sila sa enrollment does not mean nga physical nga mo na jud ang kuan pag-enroll.
Ang kuan ani sir. Kuan man sir kanang unsay ngalan anang distance remote enrollment.
Distance remote enrollment.
Remote enrollment.
Meaning ang mag-enroll dili na kinahanglan na sa eskwelahan. Katubang mga estudyante o ang parent, pwede dili na sila mo adto sa eskwelahan kay remote to be managed remotely man.
Yes, sir.
Correct? Okay? Now, kung manage sila remotely, ang ginikanan dili na mo adto kay gani sa provision sa enrollment procedure. I-discuss ba ning enrollment procedure ni Flor karon? Flor? So i-discuss ni Flor karon ang enrollment procedure. After sa discussion ni Flor, diha na to i-treat tong question ni Ma'am Apat kung susunod ba sa work from home kay istoryahon siya nato ng trabaho kung pwede ba ma-bring home. Okay, nasabtan. Mo-present sa si Flor sa enrollment procedure. Kay enrollment naman itong activity from June 1 up to the day nga before ka magklase. Now, ipa-present sa nato si Flor sa enrollment procedure and let's decide if we can bring at home sa enrollment procedure. And tanaw na to, pwede ba mag-work from home? That's the time we can answer the question. Present Flor. Kansa si Flor.
Yes. Okay na, Flor. Sige, go na, Flor.
Flor, kadali. Sir Flor, manalang ko'y pangutana ni. Hello, Sir Flor. This is Mapi Misiar sa Blala North. Nalang ko'y query. Sir, nalang ko'y query, sir ba? O how about, sir, nga na PUM, sir ba niya? June 1 na mi mo report na kuha na itong mga LGU, sir, nga kabalo na to sila nga wala na PUM sa June 1. Bro, wala mang kuan ang kuan, sir. Bro, magmingaw kaya nga mo ang barangay, good, sir.
Sir, dagan PUM. Napani PUM sa inyo, ma'am? Pila pa ka buok?
Duha ka buok, ma'am. Among PUM still. Then ang isa, ma'am, mo end sa kuan, ma'am, sa June 4.
Actually, Sir Eddie already told me to ask the regional office about actions on that because the approving authority of that of your school being utilized as quarantine facility is the director. So we waited for the directive of ay sa kadyot kahapit na napalong akong laptop na post. Well, there is no issuance yet from the regional director. But that according to Palusig, the RRM coordinator of the region, we could not just transfer our PUMs and PUIs. But there is no directive also from central office. Iapang tawagan daw gahapon. And Sir Eddie has just called the director this morning for the issues of like that quarantine and back riding.
Yes, so, ma'am.
Ang iyahang ingon isa, if we could not enter because there are PUIs and PUMs in the school, we'll find a place where we could work. That's the statement I relayed to the superintendent this morning, the answer of Mr. Talusig. So muna itong dilemma karon. That's why this morning, nangutana ko ni Claudette kung pila pa ka schools ang naay mga PUIs and PUMs and kanus ana sila mahuman. Ang imo kanus mahuman, John?
June 4, ma'am. Gitawagan din ako akong kapitan, ma'am, akong mahimo dili na jud pasudlan og lain. Yeah. Until na di pa pud na ko siya makontak.
Unsaon na to ni sir?
Okay, ma'am.
Hello.
Kitsa ginagutana si ma'am.
Sir, Mafi Misias, sir, Oblala North District.
Okay, Ma'am Misias.
Yes,
we
sir.
referred that matter to the regional office already through ASDS, Ma'am Ann Aliara. The reply of Mr. Talusig is, it's not good kuno nga kanang mga PUIs o PUM ato po nang ibalungkalhin kay naan naman na diha.
Yes, sir.
So, June 4 man na mahuman ang imo, I think pila na lang pong kaadlaw. Pero ayaw po tulod anang lugar o dili po na ma-disinfect kay mo man ay appeal sa sabot sa local government atong terms and conditions na to.
Okay, sir.
Now, for the meantime, ma'am, sa June 1, ay lang po padool dito po, ma'am. Just find a place. Kaya sa mga naan naman na diha. Just find a place. Asang mo magtrabaho. Anyway, ang atong enrollment is done dili man the usual way. Damuan ha ang bata, o inahan, maglista mo, o dili man ingon ana. Ang sa ingon ni is this Alera, the management of the enrollment shall be done remotely. So remote. So, pwede na kuan ha, pwede o basta just find a place nga di po mo muduol dito.
Okay, sir. Ato na mi sa barangay hall mo report,
Oo.
sir.
Anyway, kung ano na lang, baylo na lang.
Mo yung kung una-una, sir, magbaylo na lang mi. Ato
Bitaw,
na lang mi. Yes, sir.
don't worry, I am informing all EPS, PSDSS, and school heads. We will be having a meeting with Governor Dimapuro tomorrow. I will inform here of our concerns. Nga dito na mo mag-station. Nga dito na lang ta mag-station sa place nga safer gumikan kay na IPUIs o PUM sa school. I inform na ko sila ang di kapurat ng community. And at the same time, i-present po nato ang procedure sa pag-enroll karon na unlike before, po na ipahibalo sa ila ang mga sabutan na. For the meantime, ma'am, batala sa nakutong June 4. Again,
Okay, sir.
Sulod kung di ma-disinfect.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir. Ma'am, thank you.
Thank you. I know others are listening. You have same concern, so the same answer of the superintendent will apply.
Okay, is there any question? Ma'am Ann, Ma'am Charlotte is
Good afternoon,
already
ma'am.
here.
Mary Ann. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Your name?
Sario Mako ni ma'am, Lala South. Query lang niya ako, ma'am ba, considering the economic situation and internet connectivity issues in our school, in our barangay, most of our parents would probably opt to choose modular mode of learning. How would we be assisted by the SDO if in case our MOOE does not warrant for the expenses that will be incurred in the printing of modules? Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. So that is why, as early as this time, we shall determine how many learners in our schools are for printed materials, so we could really plan out how best we could support, how best the division could support in terms of reproduction of these materials. In the division office, we have reproduction, we have risograph materials. We could utilize the risograph materials to minimize the cost of printing. And the division office is thinking of doing an amendment of the annual procurement plan to align the budget with all other concerns relevant to teaching learning. Another is we were instructed by the regional office to also look into the education SEF. If you don't have MOOE in your school, you could look into your SEF, think of the priorities. The PSDSS were instructed last week by our superintendent to represent the district to the meeting of the local school board in our municipalities to change or to realign, or how do we call that? Because you already have programs of activities aligned for this year. If we could amend what are those reflected in the SEF instead na nag-requesta o sa may inyong mga request sa SEF like travels, wala na may travel karon. So ang cost sa travel pwede na nato dito gamiton for learning materials. We look into the SEF of the community of the municipality aside from the MOE, and in the division level we also look into the SEF of the province just in case there would be other programs aligned that could also be changed into reproduction of learning materials. We'll utilize our hub. We'll utilize our learning hub in the division for reproduction if we could, because the province through the SEF already provided us with 2 risograph materials or risograph machine. We look into the supplies. So while we are also looking into that possibility, helping you think also of looking into the possibility of having the SEF appropriations be directed to printing materials cost.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, Ma'am Ann. So, shall we call Ma'am Cherry Beth Gopit? Ma'am Che? Ma'am Cherry Beth?
Yes. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ten.
Okay, Ma'am Ann. Yan na si Ma'am Che.
Chair,
Ma'am.
there's a question.
Yes,
Could
ma'am.
we purchase or are there available printing supplies in DBM this time?
Katong nag-ask ko gahapon, ma'am, kay Kuan. Kaning wala sila yung mga ink. Ang naan nila, murag na ay bag-o nga naabot ban paper. Dayon, murag ink ma'am, wala ban paper noon. Nag-ingon to sila na daw sila Kuan kanang naabtan daw sila gahapon.
Nay concern si Inday budget nag-iistorya sa ganina which ikaw daw ang mag-answer. Emily, yung sa ganito day.
Ay kato nangutana ako ma'am ba kung naabay available on paper sa DBM ma'am.
And then ug naa sa itong buhaton, sa buhaton ni Cherry Beth.
Kuan kanang ang schools mag-email or mag-send na lang sila request ma'am para ma-consolidate ni Cherebes ma'am para makuan po nato ang cost per school. Natay cost per school para mo-auto siya i-deduct sa ilang school mo
Katong EPR nga form.
Yeah. Permission
EPR
to speak.
form.
Ma'am, permission to speak, ma'am. Ma'am Cheribeth.
Yes, ma'am.
Nga wala may ink sa DBM, can we purchase it outside? Sa like crown, like
Yes, ma'am. Pwede naman pero magpatatak tadaan sa DBM.
Okay, magpatatak pa dahil dito. So, i-appeal na mo sa mong request na
Yes,
siya
ma'am.
no? Okay,
Oo.
ma'am.
APR, ma'am, nga form.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Gaya na naka akong property custodian, ma'am, nga siya maghimo sa APR kay siya ang may copy sa APR. Ma'am Aliera, ma'am,
Yes, ma'am.
as of now, nagtanaw ko sa allowable na kuan sa school board. Ang naatiri sa purchase nila, ma'am, purchase of library books and periodicals for the library and different elementary and secondary school in the province, city, and municipality, and purchase of instructional materials, workbooks, and textbooks needed by public elementary and secondary schools subject to the prevailing policies and guidelines of the DepEd. So, dili itang pwede, ma'am, og supplies, ma'am, nga bond paper. Kay books man og textbooks.
Dili day mo fall sa instructional material ang printing
ang
materials.
Ma'am, kay dili mo fall sa instructional materials kay ang kategorya na is office supplies.
Pwede man siguro siya ma'am. Kanang mga supplies gamiton for instructional materials, pwede na siguro siya dito siya i-charge sa instructional materials, those supplies sa iyang nature. Kay kuan man gid siya kanang for instructional materials man gid ang iyang purpose, dili man sa inyong office.
Sige, amo lang ning itok sa among local school board, ma'am, kung sa ilahang kuan.
Printing man ka na, printing sa instructional.
Ito na mo, ma'am, kuan. Kay kung dili mi makakuha sa DBM as this early, moadto gid mi sa among munisipyo, dito gid mi magyangungo. Kung dili mi makakuha pud sa laing school. So dito gid may magyangungo sa ilaha. So sige lang, ma'am, we will make some solutions for this. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Dai. Thank you, Beth. So, clear na instruction ni Chair Beth. Sir, okay na to siya nga mode, sir? Sir Ed, okay to?
Basta kay that's from the budget officer and from the supply officer, sige, kay they know what's the proper procedure. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Sa enrollment.
Timeline lang sa submission siguro. Dai, timeline of submission because we are going to do this as fast as we can. Timeline for the principals.
Ang deadline na lang ma'am is ay pwede man na nila mahimo bisan Saturday, Sunday. Kaya aron pagka Monday, makonsolidate sa supply.
Send lang online.
O,
Not later than
Karong kuan Sunday na lang ang kuan.
Deadline Sunday, ma'am. Okay, ma'am,
Okay,
Sunday.
aron tinalian
Nya,
mo pa na
Monday
siya,
man
ma'am.
gamiton, ma'am.
Ha?
Di sa pakagamit sa
Monday
Monday.
man gamiton.
Mangita sa tag-supply for Monday.
O, pag-ayam-ayam sa mo, maabot ra na.
Ayun ka for Monday. Thank you
Okay.
very much, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Ay asa dayto si Ma'am Cheribet, asa i-send ang katong ilang mga APR, Ma'am Cheribet?
Katong sa amo ang group sa custodian. I-inform ninyo mga custodian, ma'am. Nami group dito ipasend.
Yes, Ma'am Cheribet. Gihina na nako kung property custodian. Pasa sa imo. Thank you,
Kung
Ma'am
dili
Cheribet.
kung di mo makasulod sa custodian, pwede ra pod sa ako sa akong FB. Kaya ako ra i-print.
Pwede ra pod sa kuan, ma'am, sa Messenger.
Pwede ra, ma'am. Amorang i-print.
Thank you kayo, ma'am.
Sige, ma'am.
Okay, let's now proceed to floor. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, madungog ra ko.
Yes,
Yes, sir, Flor. Yes.
Loud and clear.
Thank you. Actually, this presentation is a continuation sa presentation ra pod ni Ma'am Alera. Kung i-share na.
Maura na pinakakuha na mo kay enrollment time. Maura kita kay mag print man sa mga forms, and then the back paper that we need. Kasi ang pinaka-immediate need na mo. Kita mo yung
Okay. Hello, makita na?
Wala pa, sir.
Ito lang ang aking gamit nga account sa akong...
Okay na, sir. Nana, sir.
Kina.
Nana, sir.
Okay. Now, diretso lang ako diri ha. Attachment sa regional memorandum. Now, ang nakabutang diri, school heads shall provide per grade level enrollment form and senior high school offering track and stands. These shall be distributed to the community. So, mo ni ang form. Every school should provide should assign teachers in every learning grade level from kinder to grade 6 elementary, and then for junior grade 7 up to 10 and senior 11 to 12. Kinahanglan na kayo i-assign nga teacher and then na ay contact para ano nila. Kini nga mga teacher karon sila mo receive katong contact number katong sila mo receive sa mga text sa atong mga parents, sa mga guardian. Kaya nga to ang pamaagi karon sa enrollment through text. Nakapalo mo?
Sir Flor, choppy kayo, Sir Flor. Sir Flor,
tawagan
choppy.
sa editor Flor.
Sir.
Tanawa sa floor B, ay ka mo proceed kung nakita na ba nila ilang screen kay sayang yung explanation kung wa makita sa ban.
Nakita na?
Kita na, sir. Kita na.
Okay, thank you.
Na.
Makita na.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Floor, ibalik to yung explanation floor kay ulahin nakita nila.
Sige, sir. So, kini yung presentation, kung ano siya, continuation ni sa discussion ni Ma'am Aliera. So, diretso na ko aning attachment. School heads shall provide the contact number per grade level, enrollment form, and senior high school offerings track and stand. These shall be distributed to the community with the help of the Parent-Teacher Association or PTA and the barangay officials using the template. So, mag-provide the list of contact numbers per grade level sa community with the help of the barangay officials, PTA. And then, this contact number naka-assign ni dapat sa usa ka teacher or multiple number of teachers, no? Pero hindi sa kidakon siguro ito.
Sa may ano, anya na after sa mong input.
Hello?
Ano sa
Hindi
kada
sa
ng grade?
eskwelahan,
June,
if
Tuesday.
you can
Grade?
assign multiple number of
Kailangan ka mag-prepare.
number per grade level. Through text ni siya. Okay, akong i-continue. Same lang yapon sa junior o senior. Ang format,
Katong
sa school o dili sa
enrollment
sa
text
education.
message. Parents shall enroll their children text message using this format. Elementary and junior high
Ano man offices sa sir, ano yung
learner's
present?
name.
Sir Flor. Sir, kajut lang Sir Flor. Kay daghan kay nagtingog. Dili madungog imong discussion. Daghan ka tingog. Palihog og mute ang uban. Di madungog sir. Daghan kayo natingog.
Daghan
kayo tingog.
I-mute sa nako tanan.
Daghan mo tingog, sir.
Hello, madungog na ko ninyo. Okay, thank you. Continue ko Ang format na to sa ating enrollment through text from elementary and junior high school, last name, comma, first name, comma, middle name, then extension name, then space, birth date. Ang birth date na to, natay format. Month, day, year. Numerical atong gamit Example, January 25, 2015. So ang ibutan na to diha 01 25 2015 and send it to the assigned contact number. If in case ang gi-enroll is for grade 1 nya ang naka-assign nga contact number sa grade 1 mo katos siya nga contact number mo to ilang padadaan. Now the teacher sa school karon pag receive na sa school ingani ang ato buhaton na badayon ako i-present sa teacher na karon pag receive niya sa text sa ginikanan mo access sa system nga atong gi-create natay format pud ani kinahanglan sila username and password. Ang format nato sa atong username ug password mo ni siya. Ang username schoolid.ldn@deped.gov.ph. Ang password ang iyang school ID ra pod. Example 123456.ldn@deped.gov.ph. Ang password niya 123456 kay school ID rong gyapon. No? And then mo continue na dayon siya diri. Pag continue diri katong na-receive niya nga text, iya na din to isulod. Pag access niya atong account mo ni mo gawas, automatic ang gawas diri sa school name ang school nga Medyo tapos kay na po yung tingog. Okay. Pag login niya using the username and password, ang magawas kini siya. Diri sa school name, automatic na magawas ang iyang eskwelahan, ang iyang school ID, and then kining school type. And then the school year, kini siya, yang i-select ni siya. 2021. And then for the grade level, namin format po dali. Kinahanglan nila username and password. Ang format na to sa atong username and password mo is
Sir Flor, ang nag-live streaming ba, gapadoon po siya sa, gi-open po niya yung microphone.
Mo lagi akong gipas.
Password niya 12345 is kulay irong yapon. And then, continue na dahil ka rin. Pag continue din ka rin, continue na text. Kaya na rin ito isulod. Pag-access niya, atong account, kung yung gawas, atong account, kung
Ma'am Barlisan, turn off your microphone.
Okay. So, subuhan ako, pag-access niya using the username and password, automatic magawas ni siya. Mo-input na siya sa data nga gi-require. Example, school year 2021, and then identify the grade level based sa katong gi-text sa iya sa ginikanan. No? And then, dinhi sa kuan kay kung senior high school to siya, mo select siya sa semester and then track and then strand. Pero kung elementary or junior, dinhira siya sa grade level. Then i-click na din yan enrollment. Pag click niya sa enrollment, naay mo gawas kini siya. Mangutana, are you sure you want to enroll students in grade level 12? Track, kini siyang track, strand, school year, semester, first semester. Click na nimo ning icon para maka-proceed ka. Pag click nimo na, mugawas na ni siya. Dinhi na nimo i-type ang first name, middle name, last name, o extension name sa bata. If in case wala si extension name, normally wala po tayo i-type diha. And then the birth date, ato pong i-type. Then click enroll student. Then after clicking enroll student, kini na po mo gawas. You have temporarily enrolled. Learner's name, kini siya. Mo ni ngalan, no? And then, na ay unique code sa ubos. Pinaka-ubos. Ang nakabutang diri is 1-OB. Karakter niya after the dash OB. Kaning 1-OB, imo nang i-text dito sa ginikanan nga ga-text sa imuha. Pag text niya, mo to'y gamito niya nga code dinhi sa online nga nangayo og student Unicode. Kato siya mo iyang ibutang. And then mugawas na dayon ang iyahang data atong bata. Paggawas sa data sa bata, iyan ang i-input online ang mga other details under adto nga bata hantod ma-complete. Pag completed na, submitted na niya, automatic na sa system ang school makakita na po dayon sa complete data sa bata. So through text ang ato ang pamagi sa enrollment, mag-text siya, i-receive ni school, i-encode ni school, mo-produce ang system og unique code, i-text ni school dito sa ginikanan ang unique code, i-access ni ginikanan ang system using unique code, and then mo-proceed siya pag-input sa data nga gikinahanglan sa system. Another way of enrolling katong Dropbox. Ako ipakita niya. Kining sa Dropbox, ang mahitabo natay form nga ihatag katong gi-discuss ni Ma'am Alira kaganina. Then ang discussion kaganina, example sa Ma'am sa Kalswagan, anya sa gate man to. Pero mas paduol siguro nato sa mga ginikanan kung mahimo magbutang tag mga drop box kung kaya nato per purok dayon ato ibutang dito by purok para mas duol sa ilaha ang mga drop box. Kini nga form mga atong gamiton pilapan nila then ihulog dito sa drop box. Sir? Hello?
Dana ka? Yes, Dana ka?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Okay, so there are only 3 strategies for enrollment as said by Floor: online, texting, and through Dropbox, and our issue is on printed material. So this time, our issue that is confronting us is the hard copy of the learner enrollment and survey form that we're going to put into the Dropbox, but pretty sure di man pud siguro daghan gyud kayo ang gikinahanglan ibutang nato karong Monday. Naman every day. So we'll solve the problem later. Mabutangan na siguro nato kay pila, mabutangan nato 50, kaya pa man siguro nato mag-print og enrollment form nga 50 momentarily or 100 copies, kaya pa siguro. The next days dugangan na lang na nato. That's for the printed materials that will be put on Dropbox. Kung online, same information they're going to answer Floor, di ba?
Yes,
kung text or call, same information they're going to answer. Pero pag nag-call,
ang katong sa text bitaw ma'am, if in case ang ginikanan naka-text siya pero wala sa online kay wala sa internet, wala sa access, katong code nga gihatag sa iya sa school, ihapon tong kuan gamiton kung mahimo ibutang dinig yapon sa aning form bisan dinila sa ibabaw dapita ma'am kay para ang school karon guided siya pag encode sa data dito sa system, guided siya asa dapita kinsa nga bata ni kinana may previous nga data nga na-provide sa ginikanan using text.
okay, sige Floor. Anyway, we are going to issue a memorandum detailed memorandum on this for easy reference.
Yes, ma'am.
Sige. Thank you, Floor. Sir Ed, okay na mi? Lapos na mi next.
Sir Flor.
Hello. Okay. I would like to ask
Sir.
ulit na kuha ninyo ang instruction.
Sir Flor.
Yes, kinsa.
More, nami
Sir
pang
Flor, Sir Flor.
Hello, nawait. Ma'am,
Sir Flor.
Ako ni pangutana sir.
Sir Flor.
Yes, sir. Kinsa ni?
Sir Flor, si Sir Baynusa na, sir.
Okay, sir.
Ipaki-repeat lang sa atong username, Sir Flor, katong sa through text lang bitaw ng enrollment.
Okay. Kadto tong sir.
Username lang.
Username.
Ang school ID to, sir, no?
Oo. Ang username niya is schoolid.lbn. Ako ipakita ha.
Sige, sir.
Makita pa ninyo?
Wala, sir.
Kana.
Wala pa, sir.
Wala pa. Akong ikuan of bun.
Sir Flor, pwede mahutana kang memory while nakagipangita diha?
Ano sa ma'am?
Pwede may pangutana kang Ma'am Emily while kamulo ko pagpanita din.
Kini siya makita na?
Wala pa, sir.
Manong sana.
Kana, sir.
Kana. So, muna itong username,
School ID.
schoolid.lbn at
deped.gov.ph.
Ang password niya,
School
user
ID.
ID gapon. School ID gapon.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much, sir.
Okay. So, kinsa to nakutana?
Sir?
Sir, para kang kuan, Ma'am Emily.
Para ka, Ma'am Emily.
Yes,
Sige,
sir.
ma'am.
Nasi mo kuan, Ma'am Emily? Ma'am Emily Padayhag?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am. Flor, wala
Nabi
din.
ka, mga principal, ma'am ba? Baluis District siya, ma'am? Kung saan na mo pag-receive sa mo ang mga bond papers, ma'am, supplies, ink, kanang ihatod ra sa mo ang school or kami mo biyahe pa yung sa tubod?
Saan ni Ma'am Ann? Waon nila?
Kaya di ba, gamito naman sa Monday, ma'am?
Ay, dili pa mi maka-provide sa Monday, ma'am. Kay procure pa man namo.
Hello, ma'am. Mag-procure pa ta sa Monday that if you are fast in the submission of your request to our supply section. Then that will undergo processing. We'll find out whether there are available supplies in BBM, and as to your question, who will deliver? What do you think is the best? What do you think is the best way and the fastest way of accessing to that supply if there are already supplies that we could purchase?
Ma'am, ang problema kasi namin, ma'am, kung kami yung walang problema, may sasakyan, makakapunta kami dyan. Kaya lang, marami kaming checkpoint na dadaanan. So, wala may mga travel pass, mukha pang may medical certificate. Puti na kayo, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Our status is a POR, authorized person outside of residence, government employee. Now, for the government employee, what are asked for in checkpoints? Just present your ID like this. I'm always wearing my ID. In checkpoints, if they see my ID, they would say, okay na ma'am, asa ka? Ato ko sa DepEd, Tubod, Lanao del Norte. Then okay na, lakaw. For as long as kanang imong sakyanan, kay naman kay sakyanan, maayo, ayaw pasaki og daghan, maximum of 3 lang. So kung pwede, si driver lang o ang imong supply officer designate sa imong school, may makuha sa supply kung naana. Mas pinakadali na siya, ma'am. Wala naman to, di naman kamangayo anang medical certificate.
Okay.
Our status is a POR, authorized person outside of residence, government employee man ta. Ang atong sang situation karon is modified GCQ. Modified GCQ, tanawa sa modified GCQ. Nasa modified GCQ nga mga guidelines, harap to ako ang file. Kadyot, in terms of traveling, naman gibutang dito, government employees, trabaho na. So, kanang imong giuna-una karon kato pa ng enhanced community quarantine, but this time modified GCQ naman, makalusot na ta, ma'am. Ubay di lang daghan kayo ang sakay sa imong sakyanan. Sige, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you po. Thank you, Ma'am Emily.
Lord.
Yes, sir.
I-discuss ni mo tong kuan katong pag-enroll nga through Dropbox.
Yes, sir.
So kabalo na mga students nga Dropbox nga dito i-drop ang enrollment form.
Yes, sir. Motong nagka-problema sila sa ani mga materials nga gamiton, sir. Mag-print man sila itong form.
Sige. Very good. Okay, no other questions? Let's proceed na, Ma'am Ann.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Atong question sa atong question sa kang ma'am sa Maria Cristina, instruction lang yun. If you get the materials, di sa mo mag-anhi if there is no information about the supply section at materials are available. So if materials are available, you come here, but limit the number of persons in the vehicle. And then another instruction sa checkpoint para hunta, we just present our ID and tell them official atong transaction for our school. Okay. Next, we're done with floor. And ako lang po ang instruction. Kung ibutang, naman ko'y pamaagi ka ganina nga ibutang sa gawa sa school kay dulo sa municipality. But if you could think of, aside ana, ang akong encouragement sa inyo is think of the best way where we could put our drop box in the most strategic place in our community kanang ma-access niya dili pod maghuot ang mga tao manganha dinha kay so, we still maintain social distancing and we don't want to it to happen na kita ang cause sa crowding sa tao because of that enrollment in that drop box. I-control gihapon nato social distancing na gihapon tay management na tay reminders diha sa ato ang drop box. Thank you. Now may we proceed to our next this Mancom floor.
Alam ko yung additional info din. Ang atong enrollment system among i-publish karong Domingo, among i-release ang link karong Domingo para ma-distribute sa atong mga schools. As of now, wala pa nato i-publish. Karong Domingo na mo i-publish.
Di madalang Sabado floor, basin pwede Sabado.
I-try na mo ma'am kung makaya gyud Sabado. Pero kung di gyud maapas, mahangyo lang may taman si Domingo.
Pero kung Domingo floor morning, dili evening.
Morning ma'am.
Morning kinapay time in town ang uban para masabtan pa nag-unsa nang naadana. Basahon pa ba na, sabton pa ba na, explain pa sa mga principals.
Okay ma'am.
Sir Flor.
Yes.
Sir Flor, kanang naman mo yung ICT group, Sir Flor, no?
Oo.
Pwede dito na lang ninyo na ikuan sa ICT group ng ato ang enrollment nga kuan form para makakuha din per school. Ana nga kuan, kopya.
Kuan man isa sir, ang katong mga forms ako nang di-distribute sa per district and then pwede ninyo makuha.
Okay.
And then ang instruction siguro pwede na ako dito matag sa among group. Pero kinahanglan ang principal nga mo lead gud ani sir.
Sige sir.
Sige.
Tama si Floor. Ihatag na to pod na sa ICT as requested but the principal should be the lead player of this enrollment kay natong ICT usahay maghulat lamang pod na sa ato mga principal kung unsay buhaton. Okay, so let's proceed to the related input related to enrollment. Our two activities merge, Uplan Balik Eskwela and Brigada Eskwela. Then back to you. Ako na lang Tin, our speaker for this is our Senior Education Program Specialist for Resource Mobilization and Network Partnership and Mobilization. Let's welcome from the SGO, the representative of the SGOD Chief, Maria Carmila Ablin. She is giving the authority to Ms. Kusain to tell us about Uplan Balik Eskwela and Brigada Eskwela. Merge as one. Mai?
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you, Mama Lera. Good afternoon, Sir AD. Again, good afternoon, Mama Lera, and to all school principals who are here, and CID, SGOD personnel. So, makita ninyo akong slide?
Yes. Amay.
Okay, so this is about the 2020 Uplan Balik Eskwela. So the objectives of Uplan Balik Eskwela is a 2-week national activity of the DepEd aims to address problems, queries, and other concerns that are commonly encountered by the public at the start of the school year. This is to ensure that the pupils, students are properly enrolled and able to attend school by the first day of classes. So, traditional Uplan Balik Eskwela, so katong sa una, mo ni ang atong kuan, traditional Uplan Balik Eskwela. So, the DepEd sets up a command center or an assistance center at the sa central office man ni. So kita, di ba before, napunta sa division office and sa school. So, karon Oplan Balik Eskwela under the new normal. So the Oplan Balik Eskwela is part of the department's effort to ensure that learners are properly enrolled as part of the Learning Continuity Plan or LCP and able to continue their education amidst the health crisis situation. So the OBE will also strengthen the synergy with the department's Brigada Eskwela Initiative under the Bayanihan sa Paaralan. So bali mao ni siya ang slogan nato sa OBE and Brigada Eskwela. Bayanihan sa Paaralan. Banner for this school year to engage agencies, organizations, and other stakeholders in contributing to educational needs, especially at this critical time. So all bureaus will be requested to prepare information materials on the major programs and projects. So the frequently asked questions will be collected, reviewed, and uploaded on the DepEd website to provide a link for information of the public. In addition, a manual for the opening of classes for parents and teachers will be developed and disseminated during the enrollment period. So this manual will orient parents and teachers on the department's learning continuity plan, particularly on the changes of the conduct of formal education this school year in light of the current public health situation. So localizing the public assistance service in the regional and division levels, there shall be a localized OBE committee at the regional and division level. So, unya, among ipakita din itong atong task force sa division o katong mga coordinator sa district. So, the OBE committee will be led by the regional directors and assistant regional directors in the region. The schools division superintendent and assistant schools division superintendent will lead in the division levels. So, the regional office shall send the list of OBE committee members. So, nakasubmit nami kahapon ang deadline sa mga OBE members, which with the contact numbers sa mobile, email, FB. So, tanan means of communication gamito nato karon daw sa Oplan Balik Eskwela. So, pati inyong FB, Viber, Instagram, Twitter, text, or call. So the local OBE in the regions and divisions with the central office must ensure that concerns in the regions and divisions are properly addressed in their respective areas. So the OBE command center in the region and division shall serve as an information and complaints processing and mechanism of the DepEd. So their functions are receive, process, and respond to simple queries, information requests, and grievance. Assist in the dissemination and clarification of DepEd policies, programs, projects, and processes, particularly those relevant to the opening of classes. Monitor, document, and submit reports on all issues and concerns received daily, including the action taken to the OBE, Public Assistance Command Center, Central Office at 3 p.m. So, bali, sa division level, by 2 o'clock, mag-submit na sila ang report through sa ako, kaya ako ang coordinator sa OBE. At 3 p.m., ako na po ang mulabay sa mga reports sa central office. Then automatic na siya na ma-generate with the use of webinar ticketing system. So naay bago karon nagibuhat sa central office na within a day, maka-generate na ta sa tanan ng mga complaints, mga issues na na-receive na to kada adlaw. So, development of new OBE ticketing and reporting system, the Public Affairs Service, in coordination with the Information and Communication Technology Service, will use an open source OBE ticketing system for recording. So, mauniti siya akong history ganina of issues and concerns received in the central, regional, and division offices. So, a daily report will be generated, a summary of the concerns received during the day, and will have cut-off time by 3 p.m. So, kaning OBE will start June 1 until August 29. And then this will be forwarded to Exicom while a press briefer containing highlights of the report will be shared to the media. There will be a scheduled mass training sa region, sa division, and ICT coordinators via teleconferencing on how to use the system. So, train nami, kami mga national, na train nami mga OBE coordinator how to use the system. So, channels of communication, hotlines or landlines, DepEd official email, text messaging, social media, moto Facebook, Messenger, Twitter, Instagram, letters or endorsement. Tapos, we discourage ang walk-in. So anything na ma-receive ninyo, so i-note na ninyo as a gikan nga complaint. So mo na ang inyong ilabay sa amo sa division na may ag-assign. For example, na ay problema about sa ALS, so Sir Barazona will answer or si SDS or ESDS. So that's all for Oplan Balik Eskwela. Ma'am, akong ibutang na ako. I present na ako tong task force, ma'am.
May.
Ang
Okay,
task
May.
force. Oh. Sir Flor, unsaon ni siya? Sir Flor. Ayo. Asa ko madto? Wana, nako in-share. Katong task force. Asa man?
Anong araw ito? Anong araw? Tapad sa microphone. Click down. Tapad sa microphone.
Eskwela Assistance Command Center. Sean, our chairman is FPN. Vice Chair is Ma'am Aliera. Makita ninyo din kani akong gispuan na slide. Makita na mo? Makita na?
Ang FB accounts ni Aliera kay Dodong Ibi.
So yan, Connie ang isabit sa region kaya kailangan nila ang FB account. So ang members, si Ma'am Ablin, si Ma'am Carbonera, si Attorney Arman, si Sir Armando Pasok, si Ma'am Bicoy, si Ma'am Maba, si Sir Barazona, si Sir Tour, si Ma'am Olavides, Ma'am Connie, Sir Bios, si Ma'am Mugot, Ma'am Lidian, Sir Giovanni, and Sir Flor. So, mo ni siya, hatagal lang mo kapyan ni nana diri ang mga numbers na kung you need assistance, pwede ninyo ni sila tawagan tanan. Kaya activated na ni sila start sa June 1. So, man siya. So, ang ilang function, receive, process, and respond to simple queries, information, requests, and grievance from the general public, assist in the dissemination and clarification of DepEd policies, programs, projects, and processes, particularly those relevant to enrollment issues, monitor, document, and submit daily report on all issues and concerns received daily, including the action taken to the OBE coordinator. So, 2 o'clock, kasi 3 o'clock man ang kuwan. So, at least na ako'y 1 hour na mag-workout para by 3 o'clock, nakalabay na tag-report sa central office. So, we have also, sa district level, natay mga kuwan, coordinator sa Oplan Balik Eskwela. So, mali siya itong ipangayon ako sa by district. So, mali sila na i-train ni sila o i-orient kung ang paggamit sa system. We are still waiting for the account na ihatag sa central office para maka-open na mi sa link. So, as of now, wala pa mi account, wala pa mi password. So, we cannot open pa ani. So, sa June 1, hopefully, maka-open na mi ani. So, diretso man dato ibutang ang mga concern. Then, automatic na dahil siya ma-generate ang mga kuwan. So, anything na complaint, na na-resolve, or kuwan, ibutang yun ani siya na system. So, mali sila ang by district. So, ang mga teachers, i-inform ninyo, ihatag nila mga contact number, para pag na sila question, mutawag sila ning mga coordinator. So, si coordinator, pag dili matubag sa ilang level, so, katunad yung sa division level, kung kisa ilang tawagan ato, para ma-answeran ilang queries. Pero, tanan-tanan jud na concern and issue, kailangan jud na ilang ikuan, i-note kay mo man na ilang i-submit sa division or sa ako So, yan ang sa offline balik eskola, ma'am. Hindi mo lang makita na ako na. So, I'll proceed.
So for the Plan Balik Eskwela, the main purpose of that is for us to answer questions from the field, issues and concerns on enrollment, other details relevant to enrollment, opening of classes, implementation of programs and projects, alternative delivery mode or modalities of learning that we are going to implement. So these are some of the possible questions of our clients that we need to address to the Plan Balik Eskwela Task Force. So that we are going to record this and submit to Central Office for possible action or possible issuance of succeeding policies relative to those concerns. That's for Plan Balik Eskwela. But there is a combination to that. There are other combinations. In the Plan Balik Eskwela, one combination is our activity on enrollment, while the other one being combined now is Brigada Eskwela. So shall we request once again Ms. Kosain to talk about Brigada Eskwela, where you are the coordinator.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, so again, good afternoon. So please don't forget to download the DepEd Memorandum number 53 Series 2020 Rejoint Implementing Guidelines of the 2020 Brigada Eskwela and Oplan Balik Eskwela relative to the COVID-19 situation. So amending thereby Memorandum number 032 Series 2020 titled 2020 Brigada Eskwela Program, Implementing Guidelines, and DepEd Memorandum number 014 Series 2020 entitled 2020 Oplan Balik Eskwela. So here, this is our official poster provided by the central office. So ako na nang i-post sa Facebook ang link para ma-edit ninyo. So ayan, Bayanihan sa Paralan, Brigada Eskwela, Oplan Balik Eskwela. So June 1 to August 31, 2020. So the new concept of Brigada Eskwela under the framework shall focus on preparations and strengthening partnership engagement to ensure that learning continues while being responsive to the global pandemic. The program will start from June 1 until August 29, 2020. The activities shall highlight partnership initiatives that complement the department's efforts to ensure that quality basic education will continue despite the challenges in adapting to the COVID-19 situation and to implement the Learning Continuity Plan or LCP. All school heads may hold their own virtual kick-off ceremonies during the Brigada Eskwela kick-off week from June 1 to June 6. So mamili mo kano sa mo mag-kick-off ani. June 1 ang national, dayon the remaining days kamo na ang bahala kano sa mo mag-kick-off, but sa division level sa June 3 atong kick-off. So it shall be conducted as online Brigada Eskwela Forum. So suggested ni siya na activities na you may involve during your kick-off. Orientation of the new framework para ma-orient ang mga stakeholders unsa ning new framework, discussion of the Learning Continuity Plan, investment in education giving you direction in engaging partners, one major Brigada Eskwela activity to be adopted by region and division, conduct of psychological first aid or PFA and PFA training, discussion on the basic roles and responsibilities of different sectors including parents, and debriefing of learners among others. So the schedule of activities for 2020 Brigada Eskwela shall be as follows. National Brigada Eskwela, media or online kickoff program, June 1, 2020. So you are all invited, 9 o'clock to siya sa DepEd Philippines na live streaming. So sa region, wala pa sila schedule, but sa division kickoff will be on June 3. So all teachers, learners, stakeholders are invited to attend sa atong kickoff. The link will be posted later sa kung asa ni is live streaming ni atong division kickoff. So take note of the date, June 3 at 9 o'clock. So, Brigada Eskwela implementation and monitoring of schools. So, June 1 to August 29, 2020. So, the central office will require for the accomplishment report. So, our deadline sa division level will be on September 4. Email it to socmob.ldn@deped.gov.ph. So, we appreciate no na daghan kayo o makita na ko sa Facebook ba daghan kayo mo mga partners, but sad to say ang uban dili nila ma-capture ang mga effort sa ilang partners kay dili nila mabutang sa DPDS kaning online nato nga system na DepEd Partnership Database System, and there are still schools na wala pa jud ka sulod ani nga system. So please do ani kay kailangan nato ni siya kay diretso naman ni siya sa central office. And then the school heads shall take the lead in planning the activities geared on making schools virus-free, ecologically conscious, resilient, clean, safe, and conducive to learning. School heads are encouraged to take into account the engagement of partners the way as stipulated in the fourth pillar of sulong edukalidad of DepEd and their schools learning continuity plan. The schools are encouraged to document all their efforts to implement the new way of conducting Brigada Eskwela. So the usual reporting shall be adapted with highlights on the effort in line with the COVID-19 recovery initiatives. So that's all for Oplan Balik Eskwela and Brigada Eskwela. Thank you.
Hi.
Ma'am.
Hello, ma'am. Thank you for the input. We're talking about edukalidad, sulong edukalidad. That's still related to learning continuity plan, delivering education to our learners. So thank you for the input, Mai. But I'd like to add enclosure number 2 and reminder once again to principals, please download and print DepEd order number 53. Just in case wala mo naka-note ganina, DepEd order number 53 series 2020. I'd like to underscore enclosure number 2. In enclosure number 2, you have here, we'll do the Brigada Eskwela, we will enhance our Brigada activities because previously, unsa man atong Brigada Eskwela activities, painting, repair, provision of instructional materials, supplies to our learners, and many others. But in this time of pandemic, enclosure number 2 of same order cited that aside from those activities we have been doing year after year, this time the school heads are going to coordinate with the LGU or other non-government organizations and volunteers to clean and disinfect school buildings. So disinfection ang atong focus. So instead siguro nga pintal atong paliton, ato sa ata mo focus sa mga disinfection materials, especially ang pinaka-risky nato karon ang katong gigamit ng mga quarantine facilities. Then the disinfection of classrooms, mga doorknobs, and other school facilities, mga railings, kanang mga putaw-putaw di ang aghawid-hawiran. And school head shall engage partners to raise the availability of following items in our school. Unsa man nga mga item ang pwede natong imanya sa ato ang mga stakeholders. Labi na nga wala pa gyud tay downloading, kao pa to naka-open sa atong account. So inani, pwede ta ato lang kung ipanulat diha what we need. Thermal scanners. Ang number sa thermal scanners depende sa number sa bata o sa teachers. Kamo na ang kabalo pila. Hand sanitizing materials such as rubbing alcohol, antibacterial or germicidal soap. Cleaning tools, materials, disinfectants that may be used to disinfect the learning areas such as spray tank. Kung haplas-haplas man lang good, delikado. Katong spray tank ang mas maayo kay dili man mahawira na usahay pod kay magalinot ta watay spray tank, haplas-haplas lang, mas maayo na spray tank. Disinfectant spray or disinfecting bleach, then foot bath. washable face mask kung walay disposable, kung naay mohatag og surgical face mask, daghan ra ba ni nga supply sa AFP? Nagapanghatag ra ba sila ani? Face shield and surgical gloves. May basig maka-access ka ani sa AFP, may mahatag nato sa mga schools. Daghan sa supplies ani nga ipanghatag.
May ko general.
Oh, multivitamins, capsules, tablets, para sa mga bata o teachers, syrups, DepEd personnel and for DepEd personnel and learners. So, apiling mga bata. Printing of COVID-19 and sanitation, proper hand washing, hygiene, information materials, daghan kay siya diri. Printing of materials and provision of supplies for distance learning for the learners, teachers, and parents. Ana diri nabutang bond papers, labi na nga wa patay supplies, basig na mohatag bond papers, worksheets, and many others. Notebooks, gamay naman lang siguro mo gamit og notebooks, pad paper, ball pen, basig na pay manghatag ani, pencil, crayons, coloring materials, and others. The school head shall ensure another activity siya. Nalagi na ginuktok na diha si Mr. Gilabad na ang ulo na ginuktok diya. The school heads shall ensure that psychological first aid or other psychological interventions and debriefing are conducted in partnership with stakeholders during brigada. So sa brigada, pwede ta mag-conduct o psychosocial intervention without inviting our clients. Pwede ta mag-psychosocial intervention virtual. So virtual. Orientation activities with teachers, partners, parents, and learners on DepEd's Learning Continuity Plan. Kaning Learning Continuity Plan sa DepEd, we will ensure that we will also be able to provide you a copy. Encourage parents through the Parents Teachers Association on possible collaborations with schools to provide support for continuation of learning opportunities. So diri gihapon sa brigada, atong inform sila atong mga learning modalities. Engage parents in promotion of new school system. The new role and increased involvement of the parents in the learning of their children are essential, labi na nga magdala og printed modules and distance learning are essential to augment available resources and technology in the community. Engage partners in the promotion and provision of distance. Kung naay mo donate nag-iko akong tingog. Kung naay mo donate og laptop, desktop, mga modem for internet, we appreciate that. So, basin og makakuha ta na during Brigada Eskwela. That's for additional information for Brigada Eskwela based on inclusion number 2 of DepEd Order, DepEd Memorandum number 53, Series 2020. So, are there questions?
So, wala na.
Okay, any participant with questions?
Ana ako'y suggestion ay may katoy imong Brigada Eskwela nga slide, pasyo sa slide number 2 of your presentation katong para tarpaulin bitaw ads.
Kani? Oh. Nakita niya? Nag-share man ako. Ibalik? Oh, na-share na?
Naapa ba mong tanan diha? Ang uban murag bakante naman ang ilahang office. Kani. Take na siya, bayanihan sa paralan, Brigada Eskwela o Plan Balik Eskwela. Walay team animay?
Kuan ma'am, katong tema sa brigada, mao na to siya, pero isa na lang gigamit na lang kaning slogan ma'am ba, naka-memo man ni siya, nga bayanihan sa paralan, ang ga-provide ani kay ang central office. Kani nga kuan. Bayanihan na, giusa na nila ang kay joint man, so mao na nilang gibutang nga slogan, bayanihan sa paralan.
Kanang, I'm just asking, I'd like to ask all principals kung pwede ba because I'm thinking of economy at the same time achieving our goal in enrollment, Brigada Eskwela and Uplan Balik Eskwela. I'd like to ask the principals if we could insert here, do you agree or what's your idea about it if we say na i-add na nato to dinhi in any part of this tarpaulin man no? Kato bitaw cell number sa contact person, enrollment focal person, contact number. Pwede dili sa ubos para dili na ta magbuhat pa og lain nga tarpaulin.
By school level, ma'am, o sa division?
Sa division lahi man na kawala man tay sa school man mahitabo ang enrollment. So ang by school.
So sila na.
Yes, ma'am. Copy, ma'am. Mas mayo na, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am, wala mas
mayo.
rolled into one na lang. Nga nag-combine na si brigada o plan balik eskwela. Isulod na lang nato si enrollment diha nga mga data.
Okay, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Okay ra na, ma'am. Kay
Copy, ma'am. Copy.
Okay, I'm just suggesting kung pwede. Sabihin na diha ang contact number sa enrollment focal person. Itan lang o kuan lang. Kana lang, para dili mo clutter ang para di pod mo clutter, dili daghan kayo ang text mo butang dito ka man kay daghan pa graphic. Sa isa ka
Katong sa
school
focal person lang, ma'am.
Oh, focal person lang sa school. Anyway,
Person lang.
siya man ang hub of information of all focal persons per grade level. Kato lang
Okay,
siya
ma'am.
isa. Then the principal's cell number.
Okay, nindot, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Okay,
Okay,
sige, ma'am.
Noted. O, paano naman magbuhat og lain? Isa ra po'y basahon sa mga tao.
Sige, ma'am. Sige, ma'am.
Yes,
Thank you.
ma'am. Yes,
Anyway, editable man na siya, ma'am. Na-send na nako sa, nana ang link ana, ma'am. Na.
Sige, insert lang name of principal, contact number for queries on enrollment. Enrollment starts enrollment period June 1 to 30. Ano ba to? Sa ganito itong enrollment period.
June 1 to
Kasi kadaghan sa papel nga giawiran. Enrollment period June 1 to 30, 2020. For details, contact, name of the principal, heading cell number, and enrollment focal person, yung sayang name, then number. Ikahana o ma'am, kailangan nyo dahil para di na mong buhat og lain pang tarpaulin.
lahi po to, ma'am. Tarpaulin.
Sige, floor. Kuan man lang na for the general information sa contact number for a school for enrollment. Pero ang details ana, mahibaluan na dito with the focal person. Pero kung gusto jud mo nga detalyado na daan, tanan from kinder up to grade 10, pwede na po mong mabuhat og lain. Gusto mo, mamas dali. Diretso na. Basta ako lang to suggestion. Tama. Ay, tama ka, Flor. Lisod ay kayo yung kinabuhi kung daghan kayo mag-enroll. Mag-enroll. Kaya ba niya kung na 1,000? Di man po daghan ka permi, di ba? Sige. So what is your suggestion, Flor? So one tama.
Uy.
Kaya po, butangan nila contact person for kinder, for grade 1, 2, up to 10. Mm. Kaya per grade level na lang yun na, Flor, para detalye, para di po kayo malunod sa text, say.
Per grade level lang, ma'am. Per grade
Mr.
level.
Flor, excuse
Per
me.
grade level yun siya.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Excuse me. Mr. Hanog, sir, Mr. Hanog. Kuan sir ba regarding ang labitang focal person? Ang parents ng tingali mo text kung grado iyang bata. Mo po. Sige sir, sige sir. Okay sir, okay sir. Thank you, thank you.
Sige, Flor.
Flor. Hello, Flor. Hello, Flor. Ayaw na nagkuban nyo tong unang presentation nga kanya-kanya o receive sa message.
Ma'am, good afternoon.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, according to the central office a while ago, it's the leadership of the principal on how to strategize ang iya ang enrollment. Pwede niya bulag-bulagon ang mga teachers.
Yes, that was already presented kanina, Car.
Mo na giingon karon, ma'am.
So, wala na tayo concerns. As said a while ago, ganinang buntag, though the enrollment procedures are presented in this stipend order, but if you could do contextualization for the job to be distributed and could be done lightly, then we'll do that, as said once again and verified by Chief Ablin from Central Office.
Ma'am, actually, no biometric. No biometric.
Unsay no biometric, Car?
Sila ipa-biometric karong panahon na. Kay basig mo ito sa mag-transmit sa disease. Sa teachers, wala biometric.
Oo. Di man po na sila tanan kadto po dito. Sige, no biometric daw. Asa may basis ana, Car? Kato lang kuan sa civil service ang atong related source.
Nakamute ka, Ma'am Car. Nakamute.
Advanced information, ganina na siya, ma'am.
Okay, sige. Thank you for that information.
Going on.
Ay, ka nag-attend man dahil ka diha karon Central Office na orientation ka, no?
Nag-attend ko karon.
Maayo kay nagdiretso. Yes, sir.
Ayaw na niyo gusto ba tong presentation nga kuan katubang i-text ang enrollment kanya-kanya jud og receive.
Yes, sir. By grade level to, sir.
By grade level ay dili to ko mosugot nga isa ra mo receive kay unsay trabaho ng uban nga ang enrollment to be managed remotely ra ba ang principal ron.
Lagi, sir.
Ay na usba.
Yes, sir. So, by grade level ang enrollment focal person. Then, clear lang na i-inform sa public ang contact number sa focal person by grade level. Yes, sir. Sige, encouragement na sa tanang principal, information dissemination nila dito sa ilahang community. Naman gyud sila yung cellphone. So, ka tao 95 na na cellphone. Dito man ang input sa enrollment focal person sa system. Basta 3 ways of doing an enrollment. Napay question? Okay, Flor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Pwede sad mag-distribute og flyers ang mga school dito sa community or information sa enrollment. Sa paano pa yung question?
Napakuno ma'am. Query lang. Katong about issues sa kwan ma'am ba katong saglit to ma'am katong magpuli-puli gani ma'am skeletal katong A, B ug C nga options.
The Education Office issued a memorandum. Nakakabasa ka mo for all who are listening. Please refer to the DepEd Memorandum number 197 series 2020 dated May 8, 2020. The title or the subject here is all about advisory on work arrangements in the Department of Education in light of recent developments in COVID-19. Basahan ako just in case wala pa mo nakakasa. Kanilang first na paragraph. Attached is DepEd Memorandum number 52. The basis of this memorandum is DepEd Memorandum number 52 DepEd on work arrangements, officials, teaching, teaching, in all its offices.
Hindi man klaro, sir. Dagan nagsapaw, sir.
Balik, ma'am. Balik, ma'am. Ma'am Ann. Nakamute ka, Ma'am Ann.
Once again, I'd like to inform the field that we already posted the Vision Memorandum number 197 series 2020 signed by our superintendent dated May 18. Subject, advisory on work arrangements in the Department of Education in light of recent development in the COVID-19. This is as per DepEd Memorandum number 52 series 2020. which states that DepEd maintains the status quo in work arrangements for officials, teaching, and non-teaching personnel in all its offices, units, and schools. Doon pangutana ganina, apil bang school, klaro sa memorandum, and schools, until such time that the new guidelines on work arrangements consistent with policy set forth by the Office of the President, the Interagency Task Force for the Management of the Emerging Infectious Diseases, and the Civil Service Commission have been used by this office. So our guide will be this memorandum. Please download and print this one for our guidance. So in our vision, naaman din it's also signed by Sir Eddie, Plenaria, dated May 8. It's all about alternative or new schedule and division guidelines on implementing revised interim guidelines for alternative work arrangement in accordance with Civil Service Commission, MC 10, Series 2020. On the basis also of DepEd Memorandum number 43, Series 2020. Ang giingon dire, just the same na atay skeletal work arrangement. In this memorandum, it is stated here na 3 days, 2 days. Supposed to be 4 days work week. But we have here in this memorandum also, for other option, 3 days, 2 days, meant to say, 3 days reporting to work in the office and 2 days work from home. Pero anong work from home, work gina siya nga klaro pod from home. Karuhon na work week, meaning to say na ay plano unsay buhaton kung naa sa balay, mag-submit og accomplishment report sa work week plan sa 2 days unsay buhaton na apoy output. Up to now, we are still anchoring on these guidelines until such time that Civil Service and our national office will issue another guideline. So kanipagyud siya ang atong basis karon. If you have other queries relative to this which are not found here, unsa man inyong question? Ano pa? Those with katong na ay mga maintenance, the division office is asking these employees with maintenance and shall report once a week, and those who are from 60 above shall also report once a week in the office. This time we're preparing other issuance of civil service and IETF now that we are under general community quarantine. But for now, we're going to be guided by these issuances.
Ma'am Ann, there is one question from YouTube live stream from Sir Rolando Azarcon. It states, how about the wearing of school uniform, ma'am? That was his question.
Sige. So, ang wearing uniform, mutana ta ni Sir Eddie. Sir Ed.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah.
As regards to the inquiry on the wearing of uniform, considering that there is no straightforward directive as to the attire that will be wearing come June 1, and also the work arrangement as provided in the recent DepEd Order number 8, series of 2020, that's about the procedure in enrolling. It is very clear in the guidelines that the enrollment shall be managed remotely, meaning even if the teacher is not in the school, the enrollment can still be managed. Correct? Ba? So, wag ka sa school, mamanage mo yung enrollment, kay remotely mo kuno. Pwede po, o naaka sa school, wala ang client, we can still manage. Now, for me, there is no directive yet, and considering that the work that we will be doing come June 1 is does not involve the presence of the students yet. Wala pa may bata. Ano sa eskwelahan po. Okay? Now for me, I can consider na wala sa decent attire lang sa ta, not unless mo direct ang atong kuan. But the next question is, pag mag-civilian good mo, di ta mag-uniform ba? I think you will find it convinced sa point nga maestrata or maestruta. Okay? Pero kung nagka-attire ng teacher diya, sa kung paminaw, lusot yung kapirmi sa point kung iharang ta kay paripot ka matag Junwan. Na ako, maingon ko, it's better mo suot tag uniform para ma-identify yung tang government employee at teacher ta. Kaya kung mag-civilian attire ka, na watay kalainan ng example ng ubang tao diha nga kapuliki pag-explain sa pulis nga hata pa mo. Ako, wearing a uniform this time is a help when it comes to checkpoint. Kung itahon ta sa checkpoint, naka-uniform ka, murag sayo na siguro i-convince at checkpoint na maestro ta. Okay, my stand is ito ka uniform. Kay Juan, ayaw parehas muna ko kay ako sa third level kay isimtid niya na. Ang problema rin kay di mo isimtid na po. Yung ikaduha lagi, it is advisable on you mag-uniform para di ka itahon sa checkpoint. With your uniform and your ID, hindi na tamalangan. Okay? That's my stand.
Excuse me, Sir Eddie.
Go, sir.
Sir Eddie, excuse me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This is Mr. Nano San Manuel. Karong Monday, sir, ba? Pag-report na mo, sir, magbayo may sir, dili.
Walay bayo.
Walay bayo.
Utsay bayo, sir.
Mag-report mo karong Monday.
Walay bayo restriction.
Ay, magbayo. 2 minutes to have ourselves more biometric, sir.
Biometric. Kuan, sir, discourage pa ng biometric ron kay para wala tayo personal contact.
At dahil ang among business sa among kuan, sir, present.
Again?
Ang business din amo sa among kuan kanang kibalik present pa nga school.
Logbook ta, sir.
Logbook lang, okay.
Oh.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, discourage lagi ng kuan.
Hello, sir, Flor.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Ma'am Ann, do we share the same thoughts, Ma'am Ann?
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Dugangan na natin, sir, ang logbook.
Sige.
Ballpen na ang logbook, isulat ta dili kay isa ka ballpen ko 100 ka teachers, isa ka ballpen. Dito gibilin sa ballpen ang I don't have to gibilin.
Correct. Inform your teacher to bring their own ballpen kaya di mo magulam-hulam.
Inform.
Oh, ha? Ingnan,
Inform your teacher to bring their own ballpens. Logbook mo ta.
Kuan man na, kung siya tawag ka na, kanang no man na part ko na sa kuan. Safety mission na to.
Hard to disinfect ba yan?
Sir, napailain, sir. One more question, sir.
Sige, pakiawan na, Sir Jonathan.
Kung sir ba, kung halimbawa, kanya-kanya may ballpen, o dapat pa namang kamot sa logbook, magkanya-kanya po may logbook.
Bao lagi na, mani ako tubag ha. That's why, mo-provide ko ninyo, mo-provide ang office sa inyo o sa tokong gingon, itong last Mancom.
Pag sulat man may sa logbook, no, lain-lain may ballpen, pero among kamot, mo dapat man sa logbook.
Kasi unsay akong gisulti sa last Mancom,
alcohol
sa inyo para safety protection.
Pag-alcohol.
Yes, sir.
Sir, mag-hand washing, sir. Mag-hand washing, sir. Pag-abot sa school, mag-hand washing.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Unsa dito? Nga mo answer sa problema ni Sir Jonathan. Unsa to?
Sunrock, sir. Butangag sunrock.
Sila mag-gloves.
Club.
Gloves,
May division of it.
And,
And
face mask, gloves.
face mask o gloves. Mulo pa nato nang prepare ng gloves ron sa office ni Mamaricar. I-cluster to na sa itong mga nurses and design sa itong gloves. Kaya mo na ko ihatag sa inyo para at least dapat minimal yun itong ubahin mo ba secured ta nga safety po atong mga atong kaugalingon o apil atong mga teacher. So for the meantime nga ang gloves wa pagkabot, kana po ninyo diskarte diha kung saan na mo. Pero Jonathan, ano nawa naman si Jonathan.
Pwede rin ako, sir, before after mag-gloves.
Magsilupin na sa tiyan, sir.
Jonathan, ano ba to?
Sir.
Oh, okay na to.
Okay na, sir.
Oh, sige,
Thank you
school
so much.
basta kay kung wapa maabot ang gloves kay i-procure pa man nato po na sir kay ga-design pa ato mga nurses ron. Alcohol lang saka pag human natay gloves at least arang-arang na yun na sir. Di na tapos di ba diha?
Okay, sir. Kape, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, good morning. Good afternoon.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Sir, na-release ng DepEd Memorandum Number 054 Series of 2020 dated May 29, 2020. Reiteration of advisory on work arrangement in the Department of Education in light of recent developments of the COVID-19 situation. Naay number 3 diri, sir. In the meantime, the status quo on work arrangement for officials, teaching and non-teaching personnel in all offices, units, and schools pursuant to DepEd Memo number 4043 series of 2020. Then ang paragraph number 4, to avoid risk of exposure pending for finalization of work arrangement by head of offices upon the issuance of the comprehensive guidelines next week, all teachers in the DepEd schools nationwide shall work from home from June 1 to 5, 2020, except for those specifically authorized by the regional directors to form part of the skeleton workforce who will render work in school, subject to the observance of COVID-19 health and safety precautions. Muna siya.
Okay. So, okay. Bago pa na, no?
Yes, sir.
O,
May
sige, ma'am.
29, 2020, DepEd Memorandum Number 054, Series of 2020.
Okay. Disseminate dito na sa to website karon. Prepare the dissemination memo ana. Ma'am Car.
Yes, sir.
Sige. All school heads, please take note ang DO 54 Series 2020 ha. Gibasa ni Ma'am Maricar nga unsa ito, all teachers, ato dapit ma'am, all teachers shall work from home.
Number 4.
Paragraph number 4. All teachers in DepEd schools nationwide shall work from home from June 1 to 5, 2020, except for those specifically authorized by the regional directors to form part of the skeleton workforce who will render work in school, subject to observance of COVID-19 health and safety precautions. So, karon please, school heads, disseminate to your teachers. June 1 to 5, June 1 to 5, from home sila, mga i-manage lang yun na to remotely. So, inform na to teachers nga di sila mo report. 1 to 5, pero mag-manage enrollment from home. Okay? Kung ano pasabot nga di mo report, di po mo trabaho, from home lang. Then, ang school, ang authorized by the directors, assure mo na ang school head, authorized mo dyan na, nga, ikaw mo schooliton dyan ito, kalisyo magwapog ka. Okay? So, thank you so much, Ma'am Car, for the memo. I hope school heads, take note ha, muna ang teacher need na to report to school from June 1 to 5. Work from home sila. Kay all teachers na ba yun in DepEd schools. Okay, Ma'am Ann? Ma'am Ann? Ma'am Ann?
Nakamute ka, Ma'am Ann.
Nara ko sir, ako gi-share tong DepEd memo diretso ganina no na mute. Okay, so thank you Car for the sharing of the update freshly posted DepEd Memorandum 054 of our department dated today. And actually, I'm thinking, I am now apprehending that teachers feeling now are lightened so with the school heads because of our prevailing issues in terms of going to schools. Sir, thank you. And are there other concerns?
Hello, ma'am.
Hapon.
Ma'am Ann.
Ma'am Ann. Salvador ni ma'am, Mr. Abalo ma'am.
Yes, Mr. Abalo.
Ma'am, naalang ko'y kuan ma'am ba? Patabang ko ani ma'am kaya ako gining workout. Kato bitang inasagan ma'am primary school na identify siya nga no documents nga wala na submit diya sa division pero ga-operate siya ma'am without permit. Ang kulang na lang gyud ma'am kay building permit. Ang engineer nato sa munisipyo dili sila mohimog building permit ma'am kay ang SID school na sa existing building dili mag-construct og bag-ong building. Kay ang school ma'am reopening lang na siya, murag na-close lang na siya way back 2014. Kay way bata. Karon among problema ma'am dili man gyud dawaton diha sa division basta naagyoy kulang sa checklist. Nya ang kulang na lang gyud ma'am kato na lang yung building permit. Dili mo hatag ang atong engineer diri kay dili man daw mag-construct og bag-ong building. Matabangan ba kami ano sa region?
Okay.
Ang buhaton.
Ma'am Ann, Ma'am Ann.
Yes, sir.
Ato daw nang i-refer nila ni sa SGOD para asa man ang building permit. Requirement na sa
Sir, usa siya sa requirement sa checklist, sir. Then ako nang gisip
permit.
Oo. Checklist siya sa region, nga usa sa requirement sa pag-reopen sa school. Dayon, dili man mohatag yun, sir, kay nalaman sa building daan.
Sir Abalo,
Ay, ma'am.
sir, kana bitaw nga requirements, municipal code na siya, sir. Dili
Yes,
gid
ma'am.
siya sa DepEd. That is under municipal code. Then gi-adapt lang din sa DepEd. Pero sir, kung kulangan gid ang documents, I will tell you, even though i-forward na mo sa region, ibalik gihapon na, sir. Bisan pag-unsao na po.
Mao lagi ma'am kanang magpatabang ko ba wala ba laing medyo sa region kay wala mag ang kuan sa explanation sa akong engineer diri ma'am dili ta kahimo og building permit kay wala may i-construct nga building. Ang kuan sa mo engineer ma'am naabay laing option nga ilang ihatag aside ana kay wa may building ay construct ma'am. Wala naman sa building daan.
Mangutana lang ta sa region, sir. Mangutana ta, pero I know nga kanang building permit mo ginaisa ka ilang pagayoon. Basta, ako lang i-try o pangutana to.
Ma'am, isulay lang ko, ma'am. Kay,
I know.
Ito mata, gilingkuran ako gapon. Buhat-buhatan na lang, digid, ma'am.
Municipal code na siya, sir. Municipal code na, basaha gali. Basaha na.
Lagi, ma'am, lagi. Mao lagi ito ilang kuan, ma'am, nga dilikid sila kahimo unless kung naay bagong building nga buhaton. Naay gibuhat nga building. Yes, ma'am.
Ako advice bitaw nimo kay kanang building permit ni pangayo para naman sa Sir Rick, parang in advance bitaw in case nga naitukod ang debt na kay ipakita nga ebidensya nga pwede tukuran kay naa ka ana nga kuan mao nay purpose ana niyan Sir Rick.
Mao na, ma'am, pero dako na po kayong trabahoon kay magpahimo na po tag plano sa gawas.
Ana jud siya, sir.
Private engineer.
Ana jud siya, sir.
Hello.
Site of proposed building.
Sure ko, di na siya approve sa region. Jom.
Mr.
Ma'am Car.
Yes, sir.
I-try daw nagtawag Ma'am Car dito sa kay Mr. Evangelista ba na? O kasi ga-process na? Mr. Evangelista. Ma'am Car.
Yes, sir. Yan na ako.
Itawag daw na, i-try i-justify nga kana nga eskwelahan is na existing building o reopening na lang kay gi-close sa una. So, need na mo construct og building as of now. So, pwede ba ma-forgo ang requirement sa building permit? I-try daw tawag si Evangelista na.
Oo. Okay, sir.
Okay. Sir Abalo, for the meantime, hulatan lang sa nato ang reply ni Mr. Evangelista, ha? Sir Abalo. Mr. Abalo.
Okay, sir. Salamat kayo, sir. Salamat.
Okay. Hulat lang gamay, ha?
Salamat.
Hulat lang gamay. Sige, Ma'am Ann.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Car.
Hello, Ma'am Ann.
Yes.
Ma'am Ann, good afternoon. Si Mrs. Clarito ni sa Lala National High School.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, naata ko'y query ni Sir Flor Bilarde. Nag-mention man gud siya ganina nga mag-prepare siya og template para sa consolidated learner enrollment and survey form.
Summary.
Dayon, na may gi-provide ang kuan ang LIS. So naghimo mi diari gibase sa katong gi-download sa kuan agi hatag sa central office katong sa LIS. So amo ang instruction diari sa mo ang teachers, ang advisor mo ay mo input sa information sa enrollment. So kung maghimo si sir og template nga lain, magdubli mi og code. Hello, ma'am. Hello, sir. Oh.
Sir.
Yes, sir. Very good.
Based sa DepEd Ordinance.
Kuan man gud siya, sir, gibase sa DO7.
Katong learner.
Sa learner enrollment and survey. Okay. So dili na mi magdubli, sir, og include. Kung anong gud among gihimo diri, sir, ang advisor sa previous school year mo kuan. So di follow ra gud gihapon mi dayon ang sila mo input sa kuan information from the students or from the parents. So kung muhatag mo kuan pa mi sa imong system diha, di ba magdubli mi, sir? O kuan? Okay. Sige, sir. Yes, thank you. Okay. Yes, sir. So, salamat kayo, sir. Sir Flor, thank you. Ma'am Aliera, thank you for the time.
Okay, Ma'am Ann. Ma'am Ann, another question.
Wala pala ito.
Sana. Tawag ko ni mo, Flor. Pen.
Yes, Ma'am Ann.
Is it
Ma'am Ann, another question from Ma'am Rona Nakwa.
Yes, Your
Polo shirt as district uniform nga naay DepEd logo. Okay ra ba daw?
DepEd man na, ma-identify man ta nga taga DepEd ana, and then you have been using that, di ba, as your type uniform? And then, sir.
Ambaron. Gawas na lagi ito nga, ipakuha ko sa schedule sa itong division kick-off. Kaya ahan maka to.
Identifying mark pa na din ninyo sa inyong district, di ba? You have been using that.
Batong comment.
Aside from the national president uniform.
Ano siya to?
Klaro man ta ana nga taga DepEd, di ba?
Yes, ma'am.
Then you consider that as your division or district uniform? may marka nga DepEd, pwede na siguro. Na may identifying mark. Punta natin si Sir. Sir Ed. Sir Ed, oh. Friday. Mo pa na akong gamiton like ako kani karon Friday. Mo man ni akong gamit Friday ug Monday. Kaya na ma-identifying mark nga DepEd. Plus ID. Oh. Sige, napa.
Okay. Thank you, Ma'am Ann. Ma'am Rona.
Sir Flor.
Hello,
Sir, baka katong sa survey, sir. Okay lang ba na isa lang among i-appoint nga focal person since ang advisor ang mo input? So, pag-input sa since i-input man siya sa advisor. So, mo input pud ang level nga focal person. So, pag-enter sa database ba? Kay kuan man sir ang mo kuli kong data ang advisors. So, kung ang data ipan niya sa grade level nga kuan focal person, so di ba madubli ang trabaho kay ang naman siya summary nga dito tanan. So mo siya mo po answer sa summary sa tanan kay ang mga input ang advisors.
I-submit man gihapon na niya yung input advisor sa overall focal person sa school.
Oh. So, yun nga ma'am, kung i-diretso na lang sa overall sa school nga focal person, anyway, ang template kay mo diretso man tanan dito pag na-enter na sa advisor. So, kung muagi pa siya grade level, so kapila nila trabahoon nga gikan sa advisors din sa grade level din sa school focal person.
Naman siya summary sheet man ang trabaho, ma'am. Ma'am, ani, di ba per unsa ni presentation a while ago sa DO8 na summary sheet nga fill upan. Summary sheet man ang kang katong overall na sa entire school na ay enrollment focal person. By grade level na sa focal person, like kung 7 ka sections na focal person sa isa grade level. Pero naagi isa ka tao nga overall focal person on enrollment diha sa inyong school. Ang iyang trabaho katumang summary sheet.
Oo, ma'am. Pero pag enter man gud sa template, ma'am, gikan sa advisor, i-forward na po sa grade level, murag madubli na ang trabaho kay dito na iniguan mo diretso naman to siya sa summary.
Mag-summarize, ma'am. Ma'am Ani, studyhin lang sa inyo ng template diha. Studyhin niyo ang template kay ang sa katong overall focal person, summary ang ihang buhaton. Summary for the entire school. Pero katong grade level, specific grade level siya, yung assignment. Your situation is different from the other schools. As shared a while ago by Chief Ablin based on their meeting in the national office, the strategies will be employed by each school depending upon the size of the school and the availability of teachers for as long as we meet our target of filling out the enrollment survey form, and we'll be able to come up with summary sheet of the enrollment form, and the summary sheet will be submitted to the planning office in the division. Of course, that's through LIS. Okay, strategy, ma'am, because your strategy might work for you and other strategy might work for their own. So, strategize lang ta, ma'am. Of course, without sacrificing the details that are required. Basta ang details na required na, different strategy, different strokes.
Okay man, para nananghid na midaan ba? Kay kung ano yung mas madali sa amin, so yun ang i-apply namin.
Okay, madali ma'am, but we use the same format, the same position, the same all throughout. Sa yun, consolidate. Okay, ma'am, thank you.
Ma'am, good afternoon. Good afternoon, ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
Yes,
Hello.
sir.
I called up Sir Roy Evangelista regarding the requirements. Ingon siya, maugid na siya ang naa sa requirements indicated because kay that is reopening of the school, mas delikado ang bata mo sulod sa building kung dili na siya i-justify sa atong municipal engineer. Then according to Engineer Jana, dili kita mo assume ana nga dili kuhaon na to nga requirements kay ang pizzas ay ang atong building alone nga sudlan sa mga bata mas delikado kung walay certification o permit. Then nagtawag ko municipal engineer from other municipality. Actually muhatag gid ma'am, basta ang principal muhatag gid sila og building permit, basta ang principal mo balik sa sinugdanan mo comply sa requirements kompleto muhatag gid daw sila ana ma'am. Nanawag na kong municipal engineer sa lain nga district or municipality.
Okay. But ani na lang siguro to satisfy the school and the community, we will write. We will write to the regional office plus reasons, di ba sir?
Unsa nito problema ni Mr. Abalo ana kung i-comply niya ang requirement o ato na po siya sa municipal engineer sa to pabuhat siya plan o ba to? Mr. Abalo?
Mao na sir. Ang giingon sa engineer sa kuha, magpabuhat gyud og kanang plano.
Kana, mo na giingon sa engineer. Mo comply mo ana, muhatag gid og building permit. Dili gid nga dili sila muhatag.
Sige. Palitan mo ng sundol, Sir Rick. Unsay problema nimo? Bayad?
Murag kana sir kaya subnawa mamantay downloading pero ako lang po nang i-kuha ni Mayor sir, i-repair. Kaya basig ma-realign na lang muna sa school board.
No, basin og makatabang po ng municipal engineer diha. Pero
ay na sir katawanan lagi sir kay hadlock siya kay mo retire na siya by October. Hadlock si engineer Mahinay. Magiging-istorya siya sa engineer sir kung pwede ba certificate of occupancy lang yang ihatag. Kaya na mo ang building sir. Murag inaana. Pero sige lang sir kay mo comply lang mi.
Di ang ato ba himo ba nang i-comply nimo nga di ta makakuan wala na tay bayaran ba kay bayad man ka atong problema magpatamang ta ani o sa atong engineer ani ug di mo himo ang municipal engineer sa Salvador. Ma'am Car, ina daw si Engineer Jana matabangan ba sa tong engineer ng plano ana kay aron ma-comply na requirement ni Mr. Abalo.
So, istorya na lang ta diri Sir Abalo. Mag-istorya with Engineer Jana.
Okay ma'am, sige ma'am, salamat ma'am.
Basta mo na legality nga gitawag na ko sa region.
Okay, very good.
Kay basta kag mahupla ng building, mga apil kang tanan nga ni certify ana pod.
Okay ma'am, okay ma'am.
Prato kinabuhi ana.
Meaning to say, Mr. Abalo, ang building permit nga both ipasabot, ang building permit anang building nga nagbarog karon.
Mauna ma'am nga dili ang imali ang engineer ma'am nga dili man ta kahatag na nag-building permit nga naa naman ang building. Pero magbuhat og bagong building, diha ta magkuan og building permit. Mao to iyang gikuan ma'am ba? Kay nanam ko ang existing building, iyang giingon ma'am certificate of occupancy na lang ang among ihatag nga ang building usable pa.
Sir Abalo, wala din na building permit sa una, katong pagtukod anang building.
Nabay mga
mauna mo kay records amo ta naisgutan na sa ilang opisina nga dapat
building permit sa DepEd project starts at 2014 up to present na buildings. Kung 2013 na wala
na
building permit. Kung 2013 paubos wala na yung mga building permit at certificate
of occupancy. Mo nagikuan sa engineer.
Delikado ta na sir.
So, sige ma'am, kato lang ma'am, mo comply mi ana. O kato pong i-suggest nimo nga magigkuan lang ta ni Ma'am Jana, para magamay-gamayan atong gasto. Kaya mo engineer mo gyanan nga magpabuhat kuno ko sa gawas. Kung okay raman na kung naagid mi kwarta dayon pabuhatan kay nahadlok po ko karon ma'am nag-operate naman gud siya. Kung kuan pa ko ni Sir Eding nag-operate ng eskwelahan mag 2 years na niya. Kato ra gyud problema building permit try nakapitay.
Dugay na sir, wala din na building permit existing.
Wala ma'am kay tugay man nga building gud po.
Wala gid na siya building permit actually. Dili kay mo restart og hatag. Wala gid siya building permit.
Wala siya building permit ma'am, wala tay makita. Naa siguro na sa una sa nag-contract.
2014 pataas. Iha pa na yung mga building permit. 2014 pataas.
Wala gid na siguro ma'am.
Man.
Wala man sila sa ilang file pod.
Man na lagi. Wala na siya building permit nga existing. So dili na siya redundant. Dili redundant, wala siya building permit.
Lagi pa basig na ara siguro sa kontraktor ang kuana na mga papeles.
Wala lagi 2014 pataas wala lagi tanang DepEd kuan wala.
Sige ma'am, sige.
Sige, okay.
Okay ma'am, salamat kay ma'am sir, salamat kay sir.
Di man ka na DepEd building, seeds man na. Seeds na, Mr. Abalo?
Okay. Dili kay na kumay din makuan pa ma'am, makalimot ko sa iyang kuan sa building. Pero so pa dili man po kay sa daan ma'am. Kay before pag-open na lagi, kuyog man ako ang engineer dito, kuyog ang police. Amo kita na ang building okay man, pero walay record o papilis.
Dili lang ta mo rest sir ha, dili lang ta mo rest.
Okay ma'am, no problem ma'am.
Delikado gyud na nabay nag-collapse sa building diri sa Lanao del Norte. Tan-aw
Ang usa mong god pod nga, yes ma'am, ang usa na kong concern nga gihabol na ko ana ma'am, pagka-assign ni Mr. EP diri, bawion sa mga anak. Ang bawion sa mga anak ang gidonate nila nga 1 hectare. Naa dito atong sa building tulo ka classroom na siya. Mao tong gi-fight jud nako nga kung pwede katong pagkuha ni Sir Gaso nga magsugdan ang klase, ma-reopen para anugnan po ko sa kada bang gidonate nga yuta man ba nga naagi tayo dito donation ni gunitan. Ilang bawion.
Di naman na mabawi ang deed of donation, sir, oy.
Lagi na action gobot, ma'am. Kabalo si Mr. Ripia nagipatawag. Action sila gobot pero mao na sugdan may ginaklase siya, naklasihan siya. Nga ako po nabalakan ma'am nga nag-open ta dili pa gyud makuha ng mga papeles ba para makakuha tag permit nga mari-open siya. Maligal. Pero sige lang ma'am kay malingkamot may nga makuha na mo ilang ipangayon. Sige ma'am. Ma'am, salamat kayo Sir Ede, salamat.
Okay rin.
Hello, good afternoon, ma'am. Ma'am Aliera.
Ako'y pangutana ka, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon. Ma'am Aliera. Hello, ma'am.
Proceed, ma'am. Proceed. Proceed, ma'am.
I'm Sir Jonah Preagido, sir, from Kapatagan East. Gusto lang na ako ma-clarify, sir, with regards to the enrollment. Kay, di ba ang atong i-enroll is katulang mga kinder, katong newly entrance na to. Kinder, transferee, grade 7 o grade 12. Di ba, sir? And to ask ko ni Sir Flor kung ato pa ba gihapon siya, di ba ang mga advisor from the previous diretso nato siya enroll. Di ba automatic na siya enroll nato. Then ang advisor and from the LIS po na po tayo mga data with regards to katong mga questions dito gikan sa enrollment form. So ang akong nasabtan is we only going to panalitan katong enrollment form. Pwede rami mo kuan ato for kanang kuan nga among mabana-bana kung pila ang mga number of enrollee, transferees and number of kindergarten or grade 1 kay kasagara gamay ra maguna siya sa mga grade 1 to 6 or 1. Di ba, ma'am? Di ba, sir?
Floor.
Sir Flor. Kay ang advisor Sir.
Ang
Sir
ilang
Flor.
question is pwede ra ba daw
Ito, nakipangutana.
Sir Flor.
Pwede ra ba daw mabana-bana ang pag-enroll ng kinder o sa pa to?
No, sir. Dili, sir. I mean, the number of enrollees, diba, ang atuang i-enroll kanang using the enrollment form sa akong nasabtan from the discussion of Ma'am Aliera is ang atong i-enroll is katong kinder transferees grade 12 amo grade 10 nga for example grade 11 dili grade 10 grade 11. So like for example para sa amo ang gamay rami sa grade 6 wala man ni grade 1. So ang among i-prepare na enrollment form is the the kinder and the transferees and from the other school. So kana nga data sa enrollment form kay naa naman na siya nga data coming from the advisor before ka automatic naman na siya nato i-forward from the next level. Sakto ba ko, sir?
Ako to bag.
Dapat, mama.
John, ako to bag.
Yes.
Kaya siya, John. You're talking about early enrollment. Early enrollment data na to last January to March. That will still undergo enrollment this time together with the other grade levels. Nga naman, because there is an enrollment survey form that each enrollee, each child is going to fill out. In the case of ang atong sabot sa una, kung grade 1 imong mga bata ang listahan, i-endorse dito sa grade 2, kaya automatic na sila enrolled. That was during the situation when there was no COVID yet. That was during the situation when we don't have learner enrollment survey form yet. Now that we have the learner enrollment survey form, which aim is to gather information to all learners, then across all levels, from kinder, grade 1 up to grade 10, we are going to use the learner enrollment survey form. Dili na sa ta pwede makabana-bana, kay kung magbana-bana ta ma'am, daghan man kaayo siya items nga ansiran. Kung makita nimo ang form, maglisod ta og estimate for the choice of each parent and child. So, balikon ako, the learner enrollment survey form shall be answered by each enrollee, guardian, or parent, which shall be encoded by the advisor. Of course, there is an assigned enrollment focal person. So, ang clear niya nga picture is tanang bata i-undergo sa pag-fill out sa enrollment form, enrollment survey form. Wala na katong sa una, okay na to nga man-number, nga ma-count na to nga kung 50 example ka grade 1, ihatag po nila akong listahan sa akong 50 ka grade 1 dito sa grade 2. Karon mo undergo gid siya tanan og enrollment. Kay pag umani nga learner enrollment survey form gyud nga atong basihan for our learning modalities and approaches and provision of instructional materials.
Lagi ma'am, katong material nga gigamit na mo nga survey form kato bitong COVID time to siya ma'am nga ipabay purok na mo og kuan i-survey ang mga parents. Dili nato magamit nga material ma'am for reference nila.
Unsa na nga bulan ma'am?
Ma'am, na-survey form nga survey nga ipa-survey ma'am ang mga ICT na sa ICT na siya ma'am. Nag-submit ang mga kuan nato ma'am ang mga ICT nag-inform nga mag-survey nga himuon by purok. So,
yes, ma'am. Oo, kabalo na naka-chat na ako, ma'am. That was during the time when we prepared for Armenia, and that was during the time when we prepared for a report to the regional office showing how many teachers have laptop or desktop, how many teachers are with internet connectivity, how many teachers are with smartphones. So with the learners, finding same data. Mo na siya, ma'am, ang buot na pasabot?
No, ma'am. It's a separate material siya, ma'am, nga gigamit kay it is asking the parent kung kuan ba sila, whether the learners and the parent, kung I don't know if the others is using this, pero sa among good, sa among district is nagkuan namin ani advance nga survey from the purok nga nagpurok-purok namin siya, ma'am. Among gi-survey daan ang mga bata. That is why we are ready with our class program now. Kung pila ka purok ang modality, ang among learning modality, we are going to have the face-to-face, we're going to have the modular. So kabalo nami ang sa data, ma'am, kung kinsa to mo undergo nga bata nga mo undergo sa modular. Kay naa
Yes.
naman may advance survey.
That was the data we asked from the field for us to be able to report to the regional office the modalities and approaches of learning that we will employ in the division. Mo nang na face-to-face nga mo ingnon. But
Yes,
if your reference based on Regional Memorandum Number 206, Series 2020, dated May 22, is that
Yes,
your
ma'am.
reference?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So,
If you
ayun, klaro na nako, ma'am. I mean, as of now, ma'am, sa akong kuan, ma'am, naklaro na nako nga tanan jud mo kuan atong enrollment form tungod sa survey because it is in the DepEd order. So, mo na akong i-clarify, ma'am. Thank you kaayo sa nga tanan.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you also for reminding us of the prior survey that we had. That was our prior survey because we were also told to make plan for the division office. We could only identify modalities given the survey that you answered last time. So thank you for answering the survey. But for this time, this is already provided by the central office. So we are going to use this one.
Okay, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you kaayo, ma'am. Salamat.
Please explain also to the teachers that this is another form. But there are items in the prior survey that are also relevant to this template this time. So it would not be hard for you to answer.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you kaayo, ma'am. Salamat kaayo, ma'am. Kay naklaro na gyud ang tanan. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. More?
Hello, Ma'am R.
Yes.
Bamaan, please read the instruction from RD katong ako gi-forward sa imo ha.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. So thank you. With due permission of our superintendent, I'm going to read to you the instructions of our regional director just sent few minutes ago and shared to us by our superintendent. Items 1 to 7 are related to what we have just discussed. All other details are found in DepEd Order Number 8, Series 2020, and DepEd Order Number 54 just shared a while ago. But we will underscore reminder number 8 and number 9. Akong hinayon, please take note. Basig malimot mo. Please, na ba mo yung notebook o ballpen diha? Take note. Very good si Ma'am May Sara Turmarampong. Na siya notebook. Ang uban ka diha. Sige. Basta magmanko. Ako notebook o sige. Item number 8 sa reminder ni RD. Require all schools to organize task force COVID-19 measures. Require all schools to organize task force COVID-19 measures. In the division, we already formulated that last February 11. Our chairperson, SDO Lanao del Norte Task Force INCOV, chairperson is our schools division superintendent, Sir Plenaria, with me as the assistant, being the co-chairperson or assistant chairperson, and the members are also stipulated here. So we have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 members. The chiefs, of course, chief of SGOD and CID, our administrative officer 5, our medical officers and our nurses, then our DRRM coordinator. If you could also form your COVID task force, given the same different personalities with different expertise, the better. You include the DRRM coordinator in your school, include the ICT coordinator in your school, probably one MAPE teacher, then the nurse in your school or in the district, you can include them. Department heads, master teachers, for COVID-19 task force in your school. Please submit the organized task force to the SGOD office for easy access to include cell numbers. Please include cell numbers of DepEd Task Force for easy coordination just in case we have issues and concerns related to the pandemic. Number 9, okay na po sa number 8. Can I proceed to number 9, the last reminder of the RD?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, napaday mo. Thank you. Ituyo ko lang to para may blow
Yes,
akong
ma'am.
Oh. Sige,
Yes,
number 9.
ma'am.
This is what we have been waiting for. Schools used as quarantine schools should be turned over to us on or before July 15 on or July 15 per DepEd instruction, but must be disinfected thoroughly. Okay, so principals, you are now in the best position to implement really disinfection, especially if your school is a quarantine facility. Not just mere disinfection, but disinfection using the katubitong spray-spray. Tsada, kuan kay nga tambal, nasa na siya. Dili lang katong utang haplas-haplasan na to og hypo. Katog yung disinfection gyud nga tininuod nga ang nag-disinfect nag-wear og PPE. I see that in the school of kang Magsaysay Central School. So, those are the only 2 reminders of the regional director sent to our superintendent for reminders to the field. Sir Ed?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me, ma'am. Ma'am Aliera.
Oh, yes, sir.
Query, ma'am. This is Mr. Mancom, ma'am. Dala South. Ang among school, ma'am, kompleto na may documents nga mukuan may as quarantine facility. But then, wala may PUMs or PUIs nga nabutang di adto. So, ang kong pangutana, if ever na ay mo abot, i-accept pa ba na mo?
Pangutana ta kang Sir Ede.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sir Ed?
Hello, yes, ma'am.
Ay, pangutana, sir. Kung July 15, kuan sir, July 15 man ang deadline na schools as quarantine should be turned over to us on or before 15 per DepEd instruction. Na-question si Mr.
Dahil DepEd instruction?
Gani sir, number 9. Per DepEd instruction must be disinfected thoroughly.
Katong kang RD?
Yes, sir.
Issues as quarantine should be turned over to us in or before July 15 per DepEd instruction. Wala. Ato na i-inform mga mayor ani. Baman.
Yes, sir. Ako na idayin tong letter, sir. Na naman tayo draft.
Okay, palihog ko ang July 15.
Yes, sir.
Must be disinfected. So, ang question is?
Ang question, yes, sir.
Mo-accept pa ba may og kuan na if ever na ay mo adto nga maabot nga PUMs, i-admit pa ba na mo sa school?
Mo-inform na mo diretso sa LGU, sir, nga per DepEd instruction, July 15 na yun, kutob ang quarantine, magamit ang school quarantine area. So, pa July 15, 14 days naman ang quarantine, di ba?
Yes, sir.
Oh, 14 days naman ang quarantine. So, pag wanay ibutang dito, ipa-disinfect naman yun na ninyo kay aron maka-report ang teacher, di ba? Ato man ang teacher after July, out to? June 1 to June 5 naman to. Ma'am, ano?
Yes, sir. June 1.
June 1 to June 5 ra pwede wala ang teacher.
Yes, sir.
Then after mo report na ang teacher. Ako, advice ko, inform na mo sa inyo nga mo report na ba mga teacher na mo arrest na mo dito sa division superintendent ani kung mo okay pa bang gamiton ninyo as quarantine kay ga-report na ba mga teacher. Anaw lang yung pag-reply. Kay kami man na istorya din magsabot kami.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Sige. Maman?
Yes, sir. Napailaing question? Isa pa.
Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Ma'am Ann.
Ma'am Ann, good afternoon, ma'am.
Lady first or gentleman first?
Okay, ma'am.
Lady, Ma'am Ann. Si Ma'am Matias ni Ma'am of Lala North. Again. Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, so mo na gid akong gikabalakan ma'am ba kay di ba lingon ko June 4 atong kutob sa mo ang PUM. Nakulbaan ko ma'am kay naanapog ko nun mo abot from Cebu nga isulod. So at least lang karon ma'am din ang akong teachers ma'am work from home or dito gid mi mo kuan sa barangay hall ma'am kung July 15 ako kuyawan ko anang kuan mamay nga naa pa gyud sa isulod. Hapit na ko ganina kasulti.
Kung man naman nag-answer atong superintendent about
Okay, ma'am.
Kasulod dito ma'am sa atong schools kay di na sa nato paabog na sila kay naaman pud mga Pilipino po na sila. Dayon naman sila din pwede balin-balin nag-istorya na superintendent ina ma'am find up please.
Okay, ma'am. So, ma'am, akong teacher, ma'am, require lang ako work week plan.
Work week plan, ma'am. Then accomplishment per week.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am Ann.
Okay, ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
Lalaki sa to, lalaki. Gentleman next.
Okay, ma'am.
Lady.
Mr. Baynosa ni ma'am.
Ay, Mr. Baynosa.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, about sa pag-organize o COVID task force sa school, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
May I suggest, ma'am, nga pwede ba nato i-appeal nga to ang Education Committee Chairman, ma'am, sa barangay?
Stakeholder, you include Education
Yes,
Committee Chairperson. Wala man specify sa memorandum kung kinsa gyud ang imong ibutang. But if so decide and that this person, this stakeholder could really help us, then why not? I don't think you are barred from doing that. Pero we'll also ask opinion from our superintendent, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Kay mas aware man gyud pud sila, ma'am, sa taga diha gyud, ma'am, nga lugar. Ma-monitor po nila.
Yes, sir. That's also including stakeholders in the decision making in terms of
Okay, salamat, ma'am. Salamat.
Yes, sir. Let's also ask the opinion of our superintendent being our
Okay,
head.
sige, ma'am. Salamat, ma'am.
Ako'y sunod, Ma'am Ann.
Patubag sa nato, Sir Ed, ma'am. Sir Ed?
Ma'am, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. I-add daw niya as member of COVID Task Force ang Education Committee Chairperson sa barangay. Okay ba daw?
Tanawa ang DepEd order. Gi-provide ba dito?
Wala, sir. Wala gi-specify.
Yeah.
Tanawa sa DepEd order number 11.
Di ba school ray giingnon niya?
One, sir. SDO lang na, Task Force COVID. Creation of a task force for the management of the Department of Education response to novel coronavirus.
Katong instruction ni RD?
Yung instruction ni RD, sir, school.
Number, saan ito? Number
8, sir.
Schools used as quarantine should be turned over, man.
Number 8, sir.
8. Require
Yes, sir.
schools to organize task force COVID-19 mission. Sige. I think okay ra.
Okay, salamat kay sir.
Okay. Unsa man, Education Committee Chair?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sige, para na mo tabang na to diya.
Okay, sir. Salamat kay sir.
Okay. Sige.
Okay, bye-bye.
Baman.
Yes, sir. Salamat, sir. Another question. Katong pending.
Ma'am Ann.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, na ako'y pangutana ba, bahin aning ilang isulti sa mga teachers, ma'am, ba nga, clarification, na June 1 to 5, dili daw sila pareporton. Dahil ma'am, ang skeletal force nga gi-create, unsa to mag-report lang sila or dili? Nya kung dili, unsaon naman ang brigada eskwela, ma'am?
Virtual, ma'am. Virtual.
Virtual ang brigada eskwela, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Virtual. There are options what you're going to do in the virtual brigada of your school. You can invite speakers virtually about psychosocial debriefing, about the learning continuity plan of your school, and other relevant topics about COVID, topics about enrollment, topics about Uplan Balik Eskwela, topics about engaging stakeholders so that they will help us provide what we need in schools. Let's do it virtually. So it's okay if we do the Brigada and Uplan Balik Eskwela remotely, ma'am, as specified in the issuances. And as also shared to us a while ago per DepEd Memorandum number 54.
Okay, ma'am, final. Walay teacher nga mo report sa June 1 to 5. Salamat po, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. More. But let's do virtual Brigada Eskwela and schools. If you can manage using online, if you have strong internet signal. But in the division office, as shared a while ago by our coordinator Brigada, on June 3 man siguro itong gi-share ganina, there will be a virtual Brigada Eskwela in our division. Please watch.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you po.
Okay.
More. The time is 4:48, 12 minutes before 5. Are there questions? Tulog na mo? Okay, so just in case you also have other questions relevant or implementation of Brigada Eskwela o Plan Balik Eskwela, enrollment, be reminded, refer always to our deped.gov.ph website and everything will be all right because we will be guided with those issuances. Just in case you are still confused, feel free to call us, Plan Balik Eskwela Task Force of the department headed by our schools division superintendent, myself as assistant superintendent. You can call the two chiefs, Chief Carbonera, Chief Blin, AO Pasok, the supervisors concerned on the programs and projects that you are confused of. So feel free to talk to us. You can email, you can text, you can call. Unsa pa. But do not shout out on Facebook if these are negative statements regarding our operation as a department. Reminder, my friends. Okay na, wala na yung question.
Salamat po, ma'am.
Napaki pahabol, ma'am. Isa lang.
O sige, one last.
Yes, ma'am. Regarding man sa i-amin namin na EPP, ma'am, magkano po yung minimum na i-allocate namin sa teacher's load or data connection nila para ma-reflect na namin sa amended EPP?
Let us call the finance people in the division. Miss Inday.
Hello.
Ma'am Inday, are you going to have an orientation with all of the school heads regarding the
Yes,
amendment?
ma'am. Mag-meeting pa kami ni Sir Flor at saka mga chiefs kung ano yung priority programs na paano natin sa kanila.
Inday, di ba na-discuss naman na itong previous Mancom na to?
Yes, sir.
O ano sa mo na mag-schedule day?
Kuan mo to, sir. Next week mo schedule, sir. Yung nag-istorya namin ni Sir Flor, sir.
Okay. Sige ha, next week ha.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So, di sabi mo submit, ma'am, kuan amended.
Ayaw sa pag-amend, ma'am, kay wala pa man tayo final gid nga kuan.
Okay. Thank
Hello,
you.
Ma'am Principal, ma'am.
Ganda ng boses po, ani
Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
Oo. Antayin nyo muna mag-orientation bago mag-ano ng IPP, mag-modify, ha?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Day, when ka ta mag-schedule sa orientation, Day? Kay ASAP, Day. Timeline.
Yes, ma'am. Wednesday siguro, ma'am. Kasi final pa natin yung or Tuesday.
I-final pa natin ang sa atin.
Okay, need na ba
Pero yung ano nila, ma'am, yung mga materials needed, na ano na ba?
Urgent materials needed, email to supply officer.
Yung modality ng ano, yung ano ba? Programming ng ano nila ba?
Ma'am Ann,
Yes, sir.
ako, I would like to advise nga Tuesday, kay Wednesday, mag-division kick-off rabata.
Yes, sir. Tuesday na lang.
Tuesday taday kay
Yes, sir.
Regional Mancom sa Thursday, Ma'am Ann. Thursday.
Yes, sir.
Tuesday yung taday kay division kick-off raman na to Wednesday.
Sige, sir.
Okay.
So, everything will be ironed out during that orientation. We hope all principals will be in attendance during that time. Have a copy of your previous APP for ready reference and for ready amendment. So, thank you, ma'am.
And maybe we will include the bookkeepers, ma'am. Okay.
Bookkeepers in their schools. Pwede, pasign tag memo ni Sir Day para na guidance.
Sige, sir. Sige, ma'am.
Sige. I said one last question. So for those who still have questions, you may just write them, text, or message us, and we will let the concerned person answer you because the time is already 4:53 and we cannot hold some of you probably. Sir Eddie, okay na, Sir Eddie?
Ma'am Ann? Yes, ma'am.
Sir? Pwede na imong, just in case they also have questions, we cannot entertain all of them, sir. Ilan na lang i-text or i-write or i-email to all of us, message to messenger, so we could answer.
Okay.
Basi doon niya pa sila makanahuna.
Sige. After all, we have already discussed thoroughly all the important matters. So I think it's time to call a day. Happy weekend, everyone. And to Ma'am Ann, thank you so much for moderating the Mancom. To everyone, wish you luck and keep safe.
Thank
God
you,
bless.
sir. Thank you, Ma'am Ann.
God bless, sir. God bless. God bless.
Thank you so much, sir.
Fans sa YouTube.
Thank you, sir.
192
God bless.
participants.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
Thank
ma'am.
you, sir. Thank you.
Keep
Thank you,
safe.
Ma'am. God bless Philippines. God bless
Thank
sir.
you,
God
sir.
bless.
Bye
Thank
po.
you so much.
David,
God
LDS.
bless. God bless.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye, Maigo.
Thank you, Sir Flor.
God bless para Jonathan.
Likewise, pre. Likewise.
Thank you, Sir Flor.
Thank you, Sir Flor.
Keep safe, everyone.
Wow, tagnamin.
Thank you.
Sir Flor, thank you. Regards kong may.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Sir Flor.
Bye-bye.
Japan
Sige na, Sir Flor.
Senators.
Ganting mo.
Bye-bye. Happy weekend.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. God bless everyone. God bless.
Sige na, sige na. Saan ito, Gopnel?
Bye-bye. Hindi na ma-off.
Mana?
Hoy, ay saghawa ko eh.
Kaya ito kita lang nabili ng sol. Hi.
Uy, marata ako magmancom. Bye.